All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first edition of the renovated courthouse commissioners room. We're in a budget work session today and tomorrow, and hopefully it might not even take that long, but we'll see. Start the meeting here at 9 a.m. Taylor or Tracy, how would you like to, thank you for the agenda. How would you like to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. We're in our new room. How exciting, and to have our first budget meeting. Tracy and I and Sunny and Amanda went through and tried to work the agenda so that we, if there are changes, we can make the changes as we go. There were some individual salary requests outside of what you guys had asked between the 1, 2, and 3. So I thought maybe those departments could come up and speak on behalf of those requests first, and then you guys can make a decision how you would like to move from there. And then we can talk about the 1 to 2, 3% increase countywide. Is that all right? We didn't, and they're in no order. We just put them on here as we would go with it. So the sheriff wants to come up and speak first. Or
Aaron, good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning. For the salary request, were you guys able to read through the justifications from my office? For the salary request, we requested 4% increase for all employees excluding myself. The reason for that is for had already essentially budgeted a 1% increase in years past, moving that money into essentially a different savings account when we readjusted that budget 2.5 years ago. And then based on the information that we had from both the treasurer and the clerk, the commission was going to look at an additional 3% increase on that. So essentially we just added those two together and essentially made that request. When we made that request, I believe this was submitted in March. We didn't have the full aspect of what money would be available in the county at the time on there. So for the most part, it's a request. I think I might have put it in there as well. You know, it's a request based on the money that can be allocated for salaries within the county. So we have talked in other meetings too, of running those numbers of a 1%, 2%, 3% increase in our, but in our office, we ran it on every 0.5%. So 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3. I did not bring those numbers with me today. So I know you have to look at the big picture, how this fits in with everybody, but I really don't have much in terms of this request other than, like I said, that's a request just based on the information that we had on the time that you guys were considering 2% increases. So that's a request that we put in. The numbers that we had submitted, I believe, reflects that request, 4% in there as well. So I say in here for any questions, comments, anything that you guys got.
The additional positions of the detention administrative assistant, Aaron, short, I'm guessing, staff.
So for those, so that's kind of that is a little bit different. So we asked for combining the sheriff's office, and then we made a request for EMA as well that are in there. And so for EMA, we asked for the radio tech position. Then we would hold that position open for the amount that we asked for from the Wyoming Department of Homeland Security, which I believe off the top of my head is $65,000. We're waiting to see if we got that grant. And so I wanted to put that position on there because if it becomes grant funded, then the funding is obviously coming from someplace else. If it's not, it is still, that's one of our top level positions that we wanted to add to the emergency management department. And it's a huge need for the county as well. So that's for the most part number one on our list. The other three can all be to A, B, and C in whatever order. I think we asked for, again, in the EMA position, we asked for the part-time position on there as well, which we didn't include in our grant application. We didn't include that part-timer so that we could make a grant application. So since that part-time position is for the most part low-cost position, that's the for part-time, we asked the county to pick that. For the sheriff's office specifically, we're looking to turn one of our deputy positions into a sergeant position. And so we're not necessarily adding a position, we're just changing the salary classification for one of those positions. And I believe in there, I think that's a $14,000 increase. So, and then the one extra position that we are asking for is an administrative position within the detention center. This is one to essentially take almost all of the admin work that we have spread out amongst 5 to 6 different employees. This includes jail contract paperwork, extraditions, any type of transitioning or transferring of inmates, fingerprinting, DOC contracts, any contracts we have with U.S. Marshal Service that comes up from time to time, immigration services that come up from time to time, hospital billing with our local hospital.
And Aaron, this will be a full-time benefited.
This will be a full-time benefited, non-sworn position is really kind of what I want to highlight to your attention. So this won't be another detention deputy. It's not one that we would have to come in, hire, train, go through academy, train some more, and get those state certifications. This is a civilian non-sworn position.
So why are you opting not to have that sworn position when we're always on the short end of deputies?
So just because of the work that is being done, we feel that we can go ahead and get the same type of work done at a little bit of a lower pay than we would have at that detention deputy spot, which would free up a lot of our other detention deputies to do a bunch of different other things.
But when you need a deputy, you don't have the option to use this person as a deputy.
Right.
It seems like a short end of the stick. You
No,
should have people, everyone you possibly can, ready to go onto the street if you need.
right. If we were to do that, Commissioner, essentially, that would be a request that I'm not exactly sure the county would be financially prepared to actually fulfill. Essentially, we would need statistically 2 deputies per 1,000 people that we have in the county. We're roughly at about 38,000 people within Albany County, which translates to about 76 deputies total. Budgeted to 46 deputies, and then with some of the extra industrial siting money that we have for expanded to 50. To get to that point where, like I said, we would need all of the extra deputies that we need all the time. That would be an increase of 15 to 20 deputies at roughly starting about 50,000.
I don't see where, I don't see that. All I want to know is why you won't have this person be deputized, so that if you need a deputy, you've got another deputy.
Right.
I don't see that that would increase any more additional deputies.
Well, it does increase that cost on the county.
It does,
And so that's
but if you don't have a deputy when you need a deputy, the cost is pretty minimal.
the job description that we have here. And I understand if you guys want to give me an extra deputy, we'll definitely run with it. You know, I'm not going to argue with you on that. If you guys want to increase it, you know, increase the deputy position and go to the 50,000. Just the type of work that we envisioned for this position doesn't include actual sworn deputy work. It would
And
be-
then with this expand the pool of people applying that, do you believe it would be easier to fill this position?
We do feel it would be easier because it's an administrative position, and so the hiring process that we have for sworn deputies is different than we have for non-sworn civilian personnel.
I think it's foolish not to have everybody deputized.
Well, you know what, Commissioner Jones, I am not gonna argue with you that. If you would like to give me one more deputy, I am 100% in favor of that. Thank you very much.
Sheriff, I just want to make sure, we're closing up here, that I understand that if you were to prioritize all four of those, the EMA, radio tech, EMA, part-time, deputy sergeant, administration of the detention center, it would be EMA, radio tech first.
Yes.
And then the other three, any order.
Three all kind of right there. If I were to kind of put those in order, gosh, that's hard. I mean, both changing the deputy sergeant and the part-time position are fairly low-cost additions for the county. And so I would think that those are easiest to do, but I would put those kind of last on the list. So, and then the admin position is, like I said, is gonna help us out quite a bit. And again, if you guys want to take Commissioner Jones's suggestion and make that a sworn position, we can pivot to that sworn position as well, like I said, but it would add a small cost.
What do you think that cost would be?
It would be, well, so the salary is a small cost, because I think we were gonna,
Right, salary is.
the salary,
training.
will be about 8,000. It'll be close to another 30,000 just on equipment and training, and then we'd probably add that deputy to the detention center to where we wouldn't have to worry about the cost of the vehicle. But if we were to move that over to patrol, then you have other vehicle and equipment costs, which would be probably just shy of about $85,000.
So we're gonna tell the people in North Albany that you aren't willing to patrol that better?
So we're patrolling that, as best as we can right now, patrol deputies there.
Precisely my point.
Right.
Precisely my.
That we have there, so. But like I said, I'm not gonna argue with you if you wanna, like I said, if you want to add more deputies to the patrol side, just know that there's associated costs.
Any other questions? I just have one quick one at the end, the nursing services contract. The 5%, first of all, I'm happy with that organization, and then you find that 5%, I know it's in the contract, right, the contract, you find that's warranted, or were you just expecting them to raise it 5%?
No, when we initially started to take that bid and negotiate that contract, it's pretty standard for that industry to have an escalator in that contract. And we negotiated that would be capped at 5%. A lot of those contracts have anywhere between 5 and 15% annually written in there. I knew that having that go up based on any type of rising costs is something that I personally didn't want to have to deal with during the life of the contract. So we capped that at 5%. So the unfortunate reality is that those healthcare costs will go up. And so I think we're pretty fortunate to, for the most part, to have that capped at 5,000 or at 5% on there. Even though 5% of that contract is a significant raise. So.
And then the budget of that prescription medicine, they haven't expanded that. Does that just automatically roll in?
It does, and so the way that is negotiated within our contract is, so we essentially, before we had that contract, the county basically had $20,000 set aside for prescriptions for inmates at the jail that for one reason or another had to be covered by the county. That's not billed medically through all of the other means that we had. And so we negotiated that in that contract to where they would cover that 20,000, and then anything in addition that 20,000 county would then cover. Anything less than the 20,000 then would roll back to the county on there as well. And so I believe the first year we went over, and then this year with the monthly cap report that we get on there, I think we've only expended maybe 6 out of that 20,000. And that goes up until September 1st, so it doesn't look like it's going to be expended. So, and historically, we've budgeted 20,000 on that, even though our costs, when we were picking up the whole cost on those medical prescriptions, was anywhere between 11 and 14,000 historically that we would pay out of that budget. So,
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other questions? Thank you. And you or whoever did this report, I really do appreciate it. Available for me to read and understand. Thank you.
no problem. If you guys have any other questions.
And just so you guys know, on the sheets that are up there, the increased amounts are not in the totals right now because we want you guys to make that decision and then we'll let you know what that will be. I assume you're not gonna make these decisions right now until maybe you hear from everybody, but
Right.
what is in there right now is not the 4% increase. It's just the,
Oh, okay. And if you guys have questions about the line item increases in there, in addition to the explanations that we provided to you guys, please feel free. Answer any questions that you guys have.
Thanks, Sheriff. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you.
David, looks like we have planning office up next, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, so I have 2 requests that I've included for your consideration. The first is that we promoted Joe to associate planner last year. With that, there was no salary increase with that. And so we just wanted, I'm asking for an increase in the salary to bring it up to his title and his duties. So that's the first thing. And the other increase was for the GIS analyst position. This position was very low on, wasn't getting paid basically what it should be. So asking for an increase to that to bring it up to what most GIS analysts are making. And our GIS analyst, I mean, I think he's doing a great job. He helps our department, he helps other departments. And he's just been a great asset. So I think bringing his salary up to what is more on the normal scale than on the lower scale. And both of these positions I spoke with Anissa about and talked to her about these. And I guess don't quote what she said, but I came away from that as she felt like she was comfortable with the increases that I requested. So that's it.
Commissioners, any questions? So I think the associate planner is 4,000 and GIS analyst would be 5,800. Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And Brad's office.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
Bailey had, she's on. Oh, she is, oh, she wants to talk, she's more welcome to talk.
David, good morning. The floor is yours.
She said she was having trouble, so I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Oh, there she is.
Can you hear me?
Not you, Bailey. Thank you.
Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
You can hear me? Okay. Hello?
Hello?
So I'll speak to it and then if she can jump in. Bailey had asked for a total of a $6,000 increase between her and Brady, just with the extra work that they've been taking on. And just so the commissioners know too, we spoke with Tracy and Sharon Breitweiser with the CSBG board. And Bailey and Brady will be taking on the responsibilities that Sharon used to do
portions of.
portions of it. I think she's ready to be done with it, and we kind of feel like with it being a grant that is tasked through the county, it's a good place to put it in the grants office, so Bailey had figured in that increase for that, I think it was 6,000 total, wasn't it? Yeah. But she's happy to, I think it equates about the same as if you guys were to do an increase anyway, it's pretty comparable. She can have something to add.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add that within the CSBG grant, as you know, from being at our public hearing, that we did factor in indirect cost rate, which would completely offset this cost.
Yeah.
So
A huge amount, yeah. So is our cost rate's like 19?
it isn't like 96.75 is what you requested. I don't think that's what we got because we had cut everybody in.
Yeah.
But it does offset the complete $6,000 cost. So.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions?
Just one, the grant writer contract, they increased to 2,000, is that something that we have already
So,
seen?
we increased Karen's contract, she went from $50 to $75 an hour, I think it was just an increase, just to offset that a little bit, but I don't even think she's even reached her total amount that we had allocated every year. Because she does it on an hour basis, and then she just bills us as she does, so I don't think we even expend it, but I don't think we do. Yeah, and she does overtime, as you guys know, so, and I think that's just to offset the increase in her contract.
And for next year, we are expecting more grants just with the state biennium coming up, and with how some of our federal grants work, there will be more work for Karen next year as well.
Anything else? All right, HR. Don't know, Lisa.
They're both at a conference, but she just asked for I think 1,200 for Jana. And sure, she did a budget justification for it, just that Jana's been taking on more and has been here, I can't remember, this is her second year. So it was just like a normal kind of bump for her that she requested.
Any questions, thoughts on HR? All right, let's move on to the quarter. Sally, good morning.
Good morning. So I assume this has to do with my contracted services that I increased. That calculation was based off of, as it turns out, my salary was coming out of that still based off of my last position. And so I had made those calculations based off that. Since then, Amanda and I have corrected the situation. And so I know that was a huge percent increase. I don't remember off the top of my head. But that's what I was working with originally were those numbers. Since then, like I said, that has been remedied. And so I don't need that much of an increase. I just wanted to make sure my deputies who are willing to do the job are taken care of. And I wasn't sure how the 1% to 3% salary increase across the board applied to the deputies who are paid hourly. And so I just wanted to make sure they got included when we do raises. So that was kind of where that was. So I totally understand if we can't do the exact amount I requested originally, but like I said, that was based off of information that was incorrect, pretty much, so.
So I don't have it in front of me, but, so what are your deputies?
My deputies they make $3 an hour while they're on call. And then they start at 18 when they're on a call. And
When
so,
they're on a call?
on a call, so if they're
So
actually
what
out.
are you wanting for them?
So I believe I've got one deputy who is at $20 an hour when he's on a call, but he's been with the office for, I think, almost 10 years now. He was with Jennifer, he was right under Jennifer previously. And so when he took a step down from his previous position and was willing to stay with the office, we kept his his pay bumped up. The hourly pay for on-call is the same. So that $3 an hour kind of stays, but if I could, I'd like to increase that just by even 50 cents, just because that, when somebody's on call, that means they're
waiting.
they're just kind of hanging out by the phone. It's hard to start projects, stuff like that. And so I think raising that, like I said, keeping people here who are willing to do the job, I think is incredibly important. And I did just hire a new deputy, which hopefully that will offset some of my off time this summer, so. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty tough. And I wouldn't do that job. I wouldn't sit around waiting for a call for $3 an hour. And I think we need to look long and hard to increase those to be something that would be worthwhile sitting around waiting for. So thank you. I really appreciate that.
Would the 5,000 you think cover if you wanted to give an hourly increase to each of them? You think that's enough to cover?
I believe so, yes. I mean, ideally, because generally I try to cover as much on-call time as I can. I try to be on as hands-on as I can, try to go on as many calls as I can since I am the number one. I do try to do that, but there are just situations where I can't be there. I like to leave town occasionally, stuff like that. And so to kind of offset that, to make sure we have enough staffing in town, or even if we've got someone on an autopsy or someone on a call, then we have someone who can fill in if we have something else come up. So
We want you to take a little time this summer.
yeah, I'm gonna have to, I think.
So Sally, instead of the 20,000, you're thinking more like 5,000, is that what we're thinking?
I think she upped it by 5,000. So
Yeah, I had just-
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, and like I said, the percentage, when I calculated it out, it was based off of I was over budget by like $6,000 by that point in that line item, because my salary was coming out of there instead of where it should have been, so.
Okay. Super.
So what is the 6653, is that current, what's being spent? So you've got enough, you should have enough money, but you may have more contracts because of.
Right,
You're gonna
yes,
be on maternity leave.
exactly, yeah. Just to kind of offset some of that, because we also don't know how that's gonna go once I'm off of maternity leave, but then trying to find childcare, so.
Yeah, you don't wanna take your.
No, not
No,
interested in that.
I need to stay home.
Might be a little much, so.
Not that they would know, but it's a habit.
Any other? Sally, thanks so much.
Okay, thank
Appreciate it. Extension, let's see if we can extension.
Brian was gonna try to.
Okay, let's just move past the PC drive and come back to. Yeah, public health.
Right. So, basically, all of our changes are not too bad. It was just like vaccines went up. Obviously, cost of vaccines have gone up a lot. And then we started a new outreach funding, because I've noticed, like, with all of the outreach we're doing, in order to get people to our table, we need cute little things to give them away. So that's what that new line is for. And then really, I'm still waiting from the state to see, haven't heard anything yet about the state nurses raises that are coming in, which you guys pay part of each quarter. But if you have any questions.
And that's the county share contract.
No,
Oh, no,
so, wait a second, I always get confused. Yes, that is. That is the county share. So that was just like, pick a number out of a hat. I have heard rumors that they're gonna be between 7 to 10%. I don't know,
Raises for the.
state nurses,
God, let's hope.
but, right, no kidding.
After that, that's half of what they are, right?
Yeah. So fingers crossed, but then, yeah, I think just everything else went up a little bit for inflation.
Right. Thank you, Kim.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
So I have commissioners on there because you had talked about an intern, so I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Sure. Yeah, I have been working with the school on making energy retrofits. I don't know that that's something we should ask Anthony to do or local building operators. So Wyoming Power has an amazing program program to switch LED lights and proc switches on electrical lights, so if there's nobody in the room, it automatically turns off. And so this person would be responsible for working with that. It would be a master's student intern, so a higher quality person, or not a higher quality, above a person.
And you may have an undergraduate that's better at that than anybody else, but that's all.
Yeah. Yep, and they would help, the house school would help me select somebody that, or help us select somebody who was interested at the work.
And is that a going rate as far as pay for internships, summer?
Yeah, they thought
Or
15,000 would cover it for sure. You know,
So they would be changing that out in all county buildings.
Yep, they'd be working throughout the county, fairgrounds, everywhere we have a electrical bill.
It is excellent idea. Fantastic. And I think that 15,000 is very adequate for that job, and to get that all taken care of and not to burden Anthony with that is good, good idea.
Yep, and there is some paperwork that maybe the grants help, office would be able to help with. I'm not sure, it's not that extensive, I took a look at it. But somebody to work with the electrician, somebody to work with Rock Mountain Power, to make sure that all of this is done. Adam probably would be engaged in working with that person as far as what he'd allow us to do and what we should do, so.
Don't touch it.
Other than that, that's questions for me. All right, that's.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, sure.
I want to clarify, so is it on the wages and stuff, the road and bridge? Am I understanding that we're looking at a 1%, 2%, or 3% COLA? Okay, then also I did have two individuals I was working through HR that I gave some raises for because of their responsibilities. And that I believe was already in our salary pool, so.
You already had it in your budget.
Okay, so
Yeah, so you don't
that's
have to
fine.
worry about it.
I make sure.
As long as it didn't
wasn't-
increase your bottom line.
Okay, thank you.
I think extensions was just to increase Sarah up to the 40,000. She did not get increased. She got increased some last year, but not the full amount, so it's just to bring her up to that
$40,000.
for increased duties. For increased duties as well. I think with Mary Louise being gone, Sarah has taken on a lot of extra, I know she has to, taken on a lot of extra work, so I think it's partially because of that too, so that's what that asks
Well, we
for.
moved everybody to 40 last year.
Exactly, and she got a bump, but she didn't get the complete bump all the way up to the 40. Why, I don't know, that wasn't my decision to make, but that's what Brian's ask is for that, so I don't, like I said, I think he's out today, so just so you guys, we can move forward at least on the salary wise stuff, that's what extension was.
Okay. And just to give a little, before we hit the number two here, the thought on this is whatever we come up with as a group, that we take 2% times the number of people in your building, give you that block amount, and then elected officials, program directors, do what you will with that to try to be equitable. We're not gonna micromanage that amount of money. So, but just know that that is how we would generate it. And there is some expectation that it would be spread equitably. But that's your call. So. All right.
So Amanda, her spreadsheet's broken right at the moment, so she didn't fix it. She went through and did a 1%, 2%, and 3% increase across the board. This does not include grant-funded employees, and that'll be a decision you guys have to make. Grant-funded employees, of course, have to be budgeted through the grant as an increase. There are years that grant-funded employees get an increase and the county employees do not. So it's a hard, I don't know, it's a difficult balance to make. So I guess that's a decision you guys have to make. If you want to increase the grant funded employees, that's gonna have to come out of the general fund, and it will continue to come out of the general fund. Because not always will the grant support a raise. So in these numbers, though, grant funded employees are not considered in this one. Although there are some grant funded employees that are getting raises this year through the grant. So just to leave that on the table too. When we spoke last week, sorry, Amanda's trying to figure out what's going on with her spreadsheet. I think we thought it was $160,000 to do.
193.
Was it 93?
And then 200 something for 2%.
Never mind, maybe we need to jump to discuss general fund increases until she can get her spreadsheet to work. I don't know what's going on with it. So I guess my question, first off, I guess maybe I can ask you a couple questions, clarifying ones. If you choose to do a 1, 2, or 3, with the tasks from up above, so with the sheriff, the planning office, would it be on top of, so you just take David, for example, on the 2 that he asked for increases, would they get then the 2 or 3% on top of their new salary? Or would that be off of their old salary? I guess is my question, just to know what numbers, Amanda, because I think is what numbers you went off of our current numbers, correct? Yeah, salaries, so it would be off their current salary, 2%, and then they would get their increase plus that 2%, and David.
But also that's
whatever
just put in their budget, it's not specific
to them, so they could allocate it somewhere else within their budget. I guess is my, does that make sense? It's just really for us to know what kind of dollars to put in. Did you get it? Okay, so if you want to the numbers. Yeah, do you guys want to look at?
Sure.
Yeah, so just
Yeah.
what, do you just want to know the total amounts? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So 1% is gonna be $85,477.41.
85,000 what?
477.41.
I don't care about cents.
Yeah. Dollars.
2% will be, for rounding purposes, we'll just go 171,000. And 3% will be 256,500.
So commissioners, I guess, when somebody is being asked to be raised, do we want 2% on top of that, or do we not want to do 2% on top of that?
So,
My guess is, my personal opinion is we just raise it, and the next year if we go 2%, then we'll go 2% on top of that.
So you just say, meet the request.
Read the request, yeah.
Oh, don't try to keep anybody, so just barely meet the request.
But you guys can have your opinion on it.
Yeah.
Sure.
right now, the amounts that are in there are current numbers, so it would be this number and then whatever is in. I know the planning office, Jory, and his salaries were already increased in his budget. Just from our talks prior to, we left those ones in, so those increases are up. But I think what Amanda did, the 2% or 3% on were their lower salary.
Oh, so it was based off the original.
Yeah,
So I left
off their
everything as
original,
current.
she left everything as current,
Okay.
but just so you know.
So was everybody that asked for a raise or a new position, was that in their salary or just, excuse me, planning?
I think just planning,
In the budget, but for the salary increases, none.
right, none of the salary increases are in there. It went off of current salaries
But they're getting paid today.
today. Like this is put in there differently, we can go in and do that, like some raise for good numbers. You can raise everybody up if you'd like. Those to be
So many of
raised.
those, you wouldn't raise it by much. to completely percentage.
So raising them and then putting the increase on.
I agree, because we've got good people, we need to keep good people, and if you get a little bit more than you expected, that's a nice pat on the back.
Okay, so then my next question would be the sheriff's asking for 4%. Are you just wanting to do whatever 1%, 2%, or 3% on whatever they're making right now? Or do you want to raise them and then give them additional? Does that be more like a 6%?
Yeah, so this is a struggle I had since I've been here, and people are able to do whatever they want with their budgets, but I do not want somebody to plan in, 2%, and we get 2%, so they're, people get 4%, somebody else gets 2%. So my guess is, my personal opinion would be, whatever we do, it's the same for everybody. And so if somebody scheduled it at 1%, great. They'll just have another 1% to deal with. If somebody scheduled it 0%, they'll have 2%. That's my personal opinion.
I do too. I feel that way as well.
Well, they're great place, but there's a certain group of them that put their life on the line every day, and that's a totally different quality of agreement. That's how I feel about it. Is it may not seem fair, but they're putting their life on the line every day. And they deserve to have accommodation for that, particularly when we're below everybody else in practically the entire world.
So you already factor in a 1%, correct, on all of your employees?
We did, so,
Here, it's not.
yeah, each year, because so 2 years ago, we set aside a pot of money to do that 1% increase over, I believe it was like a decade. And so, the increases that they had, increases that you guys had last year was only for specific positions within my department. And those went to those people, specific positions in there as well. Like I said, what we essentially tried to project this year was the top amount of raises that you guys would give out, which would be no more than that 3%, just based on the information that we had, would be in addition to that 1%. So, like I said, when I got in there, it's all, like I said, subject to available funds. What you guys do, but.
So whatever we do, Erin, you'll have that increase of 1%.
Yes.
And where do your salaries stand with county, statewide, I guess?
So statewide, we're, we ran the numbers last year. I believe we were, I want to say 7th in the state in salaries. We're still last in the county. So we start at 50,000 a year. I believe LPD starts at 48, but once you get off of your training, it ups to 52. And then WPD also starts at 52. Highway patrol starts, I believe, at 55 minimum start with no experiences. So, and like I said, we had made that jump from 40. So, so we're still, like I said, we're still lagging behind, probably by about 4,000 to 5,000. So, okay.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you for that.
Yeah, especially for agencies, approximately 2%. So we're going to be a little bit more than agencies that are smaller than us. We're going to be quite a bit behind on agencies that are quite a bit larger than us. So even within the state of Wyoming.
Where would you be with your grants? So that's not a great example because you got nothing but money.
Well, so like, I mean, so you look at the kind of the 5 highest paid counties in the state, which is Laramie, Sweetwater, Natrona, Campbell, and probably a tie between Sheridan and a few others. So, and then you look at our size, both geographically and the personnel wise as well. We're essentially kind of next in terms of our budget and stuff. And so, like I said, we're definitely, I mean, we're less than Teton, fun has its own issues. Which is a kind of a nice way to put it, right there as well. But when you compare us to maybe Sheridan, which the counties are fairly comparable, Fremont County, even though geographically the size is a bit different, probably about the same except we're a little bit more than that as well. Trying to think of other comparable counties. Johnson County, Sublette County, Wyoming County. Three, 5, 6,000. There's quite a bit more discrepancy once you get into those that put in time for service. So sergeant salary is pretty close, but lags behind a lot of those other counties as well. So upper admin also lags behind, quite a bit behind.
So it sounds like you might need a salary survey for next year for December.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Sheriff, you keep referring to money set aside, and I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
So we, the savings that we realized with those CARES Act funds that the county had, portion of that was given out to all individuals on there, and then a portion was moved over to one of the salary reserve accounts. So other money that we had last year, I can't remember where that savings came from, but we also moved that into a salary reserve account. I don't have that in front of me. There's what, 5? There's 5 different reserve accounts, I believe 2 or 3 of them.
Well, and the purpose of the salary reserve account was, when it was originally started, was so that we could build up enough money in the salary reserve to fund every position at its top dollar. So that's what the purpose of that money was for, and that's county-wide.
Right.
And then how we allocate money out of there is a year-by-year basis is how we pull money, and that's up to you guys as the commission to be able to pull those funds out of the salary reserve. But we want to continue to keep building those salary reserves, because once we pull them out, they're into your general fund budget and not into that salary reserve. So that money doesn't build unless we continue to put money in there. I don't believe we're even close to funding every position at its top dollar amount. And whether or not we choose to pull the increases out of the salary reserve, or if we choose to just take it out of the general fund and try to fund it that way, is really a decision you guys will have to make as well when it comes to those 1, 2, or 3%.
But that savings that we realized when we redid our salary matrix, essentially got rid of those merit-based raises, and had it, essentially based on longevity on there as well, was to take that money and set aside, to put in there, and then have that budgeted long-term, so that as we continue to go through year and year, any type of savings or extra money that we get, we can also start padding that account as well, so that we can make essentially some of these longer-term decisions on there as well. Like I said, 2 years ago, that's why we started to do kind of these salary projections over time, why we made the decision, especially internally when we came to the commission, that it'd be financially stable long-term to go with a 1% COLA increase with my office as opposed to a higher increase. And that decision made at that time was that we could then guarantee at least somewhat of an increase and stay somewhat on par with inflation, depending on how inflation goes every year, as opposed to doing what we did, I think it's 3 years ago, where we had to make that huge jump all at once just to get us somewhere close to market value.
Super. My thought with the salary reserve account in addition was, we should leave a person's salary to the vagaries of the local economy on a given year. And so if we put money away, we could give raises even in a more economic environment, where the property tax might be down, sales tax. And so that's also, in my opinion, salary reserve account would be used for it.
And just to know too, if you pull out of the salary reserve and you don't have the money in your general fund, you have to be able to sustain those raises year after year after year. And if the salary reserve does not
continue to grow, we won't be continuing to be able to pull from it because our numbers and salaries will go up and we won't have the money to.
And we have those numbers that we can provide for you as well, specifically for our office. But when we first did it a couple of years, I'll have to look at the new projections. I believe that 1% increase amongst everybody, I think comes out to roughly about $48,000 total for my office to be spread out amongst all of those. And like I said, when we made that adjustment, we knew that there was big money up front, but that long term, it would be small increments along the way, which would make that program more sustainable.
Hiring more sustainable.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any other questions, commissioners?
Not for her.
Okay.
Amanda, did you by chance run any 1.5, 2.5?
I can easily.
1.5 and 2.5.
So you might have to
Let's go to 43,000, in addition to 85, so it'd be
1.5.
128, 129, or
Yeah.
1.5.
1.8. Just under 240.
Okay, anything else on the salary increases?
I guess this is a good time to mention it, and I'm sure this is gonna turn a lot of people off, but I think the employees should get this raise. I do not believe that elected officials should get it. Elected, okay, good.
We can. Our salaries are set. So thank you. It'll just be for all employees.
Those are set.
Because Aaron had said that included him.
No, he said
No.
it
Excluded?
Yep.
Very good.
Sorry.
Yep,
Yeah,
thank you for that.
You know, yeah, we're set by state statute, so.
But I think it will involve department heads. Do you have department heads in on this?
That's a part of that. It's in there for now.
It's in there right now, but
Oh, department heads, yeah.
yeah.
So this includes, these numbers include department heads,
Correct.
have been no grant funded positions.
No grant funded.
Like how many grant funded positions are there? 15?
Between 20 and 25, and it may increase, decrease as to whether we get grants or not. We put in a couple that have positions tied into it, but it's usually about that 20 to 25 positions.
And some of those grant funded employees, you correct me if I'm wrong, Brady, are getting raises this year through their grants. When they applied for their grant, they included. some
Budgeted
raises,
that
budgeted those
increase.
increases. So
Do you have any idea how many of those there are
that are getting raises.
that are getting raises?
Not off the top of my head. That's something that we probably started putting into budgets within the last year or so. And so
So I
But
can.
Brady, since you've had a couple of grants that don't pay for salaries anymore, is that not right?
there are a few, but the grants that don't do that don't have like a specific position tied to it. Like our PHRC grant, Zach Billings' position is tied into that grant. And so, but there are certain grants that don't have any positions tied to them, but they don't include salary unless the position comes with the grant.
And then for Zach's, the state put a cap on what they can make right now, like, I don't know when they're gonna change it, but, so we made sure to raise Zach to that, through his grant, but the grant won't pay anything over that amount. So I know Bailey and I talked about this, because if you guys decide to do a countywide raise, then we would have to talk, like, his would have to come from you, or the county, not you personally. And this, so that he would be included probably. And then once, I think if I got this right, Bailey, I don't know if she's listening, but then once you guys do pay that difference, we can't get it back ever from the grant, is what I think she explained.
Yeah, once you budget it, it's forever budgeted.
they won't get supplanting if so they won't raise it. But like I have Jonna, who's a home visiting nurse through her grant, because we have one position empty through that grant, we can do hers through the grant. And then, I think that's it. Well, there's Andrew. I know I have 4 grant positions, so.
Until you decide to fill that position, and then it can't be used for job.
Correct, but that's why I am trying to raise that starting rate to coincide with the state starting rate, just to make sure that they're both adequate, equal, quality, equitable time. But yeah, so, because that's, I think, why we've had such a hard time getting that position, so it starts to, yeah, especially competing with the hospital.
Did you happen to figure out if we went 1%, 2%, 3% on all the grant fund positions, what those numbers might be?
I could add them in.
Give her a couple minutes.
Yeah, could you just maybe separate those so I can know? Personally, I might know what those would be.
Bailey's got her hand.
I was waiting for you.
Yeah, hey, Bailey, go ahead. I see your hands up.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I've got you loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry if we're on a break in the conference. As far as the grant funded positions, most of them do already will already get increases, especially drug court. There's lots of money there. The ones we're concerned about is PHRC, like Kim talked about, and crime victim witness. We did actually work with a raise for them as well, but it's already coming out of their match. As crime victim witness keeps getting cut every year. Most positions are already going to be getting raises, just not this anything from the county specifically, because we are trying to keep that separate. But for it was just kind of different budgets that we worked out. We didn't work directly with Amanda to work on those. We worked on them separately.
Bailey, it's kind of hard to hear you. There's some background. I heard PHRC was a place that is not getting raises, and then crime victim witness is being cut, so they're not getting raises. Was that kind of the extent of your discussion with us?
Actually, crime victim witness, we did work with Fawn because they got a little bit more this year in their grant. So they will be getting a little bit in raises. But we tried to stick within that 2-3% that you guys had talked about originally.
So then it's just PHRC is the one you're most concerned about, is that, Bailey?
Yeah, mainly PHRC this year. The number we worked with was a 2% increase because that's all that they would allow us to do. If you go to the 3%, the other 1% would need to come from the county, and it would need to continue from the county.
Okay. So those crime victim witness and PHRC have gotten up to 2% already in their grants.
Yeah, but for crime victim witness, it's actually already showing in my grant match. Fine.
Okay. Okay.
So PHRC is the only one at this time that is having an issue with a full cost of living, if that's what you guys decide. But it's not something like down the road. I mean, it is something that we'll see more and more because some of them do have caps, especially funding that's coming from the state. They like to set the caps on those positions.
Super. Thank you, Bailey. Anything else with regard to the grant funded positions?
I don't think so. I think that covers it.
Thank you, Bailey.
So do you want Amanda to do all of, the drug court's already factoring in raises in their grant or in their budget, or their grant budget? Do you want to factor them in on an additional, because then it would have to come out of the general fund, because their grant will cover raises. Drug court never has a problem, they have a lot of money. It would be PHRC, if you go with a 3%, we have to cover the 1%,
Right.
correct? And then crime victim witness, it sounds like she's already budgeted that in her grant match account, so we wouldn't have to figure that in.
Right.
That's already figured.
Right.
And then I guess what other what other people would we have to figure out? So Jonna over at Public Health, we would have
Yeah,
to figure in.
Wicks covered.
Yeah, Wicks covered, because they'll get their total amount from the state. EMA would be the
Stages. I don't know.
Did you guys figure anything in the EMA budget?
EMA is not covered.
So it would have to come out of the county.
Correct. We won't, EMA doesn't fall on the fiscal year. So they, there's a little wiggle room in it all. But we did not put anything for EMA because we're asking for a whole new position with EMA. So we felt like we shouldn't be asking for a raise at this time. And it's a 50% match grant. So anything we put in there, we had to match it.
Prevention.
So just,
I think Bailey accounted for prevention.
Did you account for prevention, Bailey?
Prevention has plenty of money in their grant. And if that's what Kim chooses to do, that's then what we can do.
So really, we're just looking at either EMA and Jonna through
Well,
PHRC.
Jonna or Bailey, I think Jonna would be covered this year, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and again, MTH TANF, some of it does already come out of the county funding because we
Yeah.
do need them to pick up other services besides MCH and TANF services. So it is something that we have some wiggle room there. The thing with your grant funding positions is a lot of them, besides drug court and PHRC, do have matching funds at some point. So anytime there's a talk with the department about an increase, you'll usually see it in my grant match, and that's why it increases every year.
EMA is really the only position.
Yeah.
Is that on here and get that we
Yeah.
need to do something.
And then PHRC, if we do 3%, would be
Right.
to offset that 1%. But other than that, looks like maybe.
And if I could just say, like, as far as PHRC, I know we did do up to there, so 2%. What I'm like, for the future, I mean, Zach has been fantastic. He's got his master's degree. And we've never kept somebody in that position. So my hope is that we are able to keep him by making sure he like gets that cost of living, at least, you know, do something to like show that he's appreciated and valued. And like, I mean, it's really hard to keep anybody in public health, but you know, so.
So is he getting 2%?
So through the grant, it was just about 2% that he got raised up to, but that's still the max that the grant will cover, which is, I think it was 1.9.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, commissioners, any questions about any of that? Super. Item 3, discuss general fund increases. Taylor or Tracy?
Okay, so, I mean, unless you guys have any questions about increases in everybody's budget, I think a lot of people discussed what their total amounts were. We didn't have a lot of increases. I guess this might be one place where we could talk about, Commissioner Gosar, you sent the NACO information this morning. Tracy and I kind of discussed a little bit, maybe.
You should have gotten it way before.
I know, well, and I don't know if and I very well could have overlooked it, but I read about it this morning, so that's good. But we can include it. I just,
Because you should have gotten it.
yeah, and usually, and I get everything from the WCC, and I don't know, I very well could have just overlooked it, and that could be the case. But I did look at it this morning. Tracy and I talked a little bit, and maybe you guys that were at the meeting could explain a little more. I know Commissioner Terry was, yeah, so you could maybe talk a little bit about what this is. It looks like a pretty good deal to me, but I don't know
And
exactly what
so
it is.
tell me what you're thinking is a good deal.
If this is somebody that's going to lobby for the counties to help us continue to keep our forest reserve, our PILT money, if that's
Oh,
how
that's
I'm
a
reading.
totally different thing.
This might be different than what you and
Okay.
I are thinking about, so, I don't know if you guys want to explain, like I said, Tracy and I read about it this morning, but I don't know exactly the ins and outs of it.
Yeah,
What
so
your
that-
guys' thoughts are on whether or not we want to budget for that or not.
And I will call Mike with this afternoon, because it did not come out till June 7th.
Okay, I was saying,
And it
is this
didn't come
one?
out until late last week in my inbox. So it is working with the National Association of County Officers. to lobby for Bill, lobby for the forest accounts. It's supposed to be nonpartisan, which will be for me a really important piece. I'm not really interested in funding partisan things from Albany County. And so Bill doesn't seem to be partisan. And those monies don't seem to be partisan. Devil's always in the details. You never really know what the advocacy is going to look like. But it's $21,000 for those this past year and the year.
And it's a one-time.
So that's all what I know. I'll talk to Mike at WCCA this afternoon. We'll get that a little bit more for us tomorrow.
So is what I think Tracy and I thought we could budget it, we can put that in the commissioner's line.
Yeah.
If you'd like us to put that in there right now, we can, at least to.
What is that dollars?
It's 21,721.76, and that's for fiscal year 23. Half is for 23 and half is for 24, and it's a one-time cost. It won't be, I think it's to get them started and then.
Right, I think we should just go ahead and put that in.
Yeah. So we'll probably have to make a new line for that.
And my hope is that they'll be able to give us some more certainty around Phil, because it seems that Phil may or may not come in every year, and it may or may not be in a number we know of, and that's really hard to budget. And so it'd be nice to know Phil in January instead of Phil in July, right? So at the end of June.
Yeah.
Anything else besides that? General fund.
I haven't asked, but it's not in, it's in 1%. So if we want to talk about any general fund, if anybody wants, I guess, to talk about any of their general fund increases that they asked for, that are, a lot of increases were not big dollar amounts. It was small increases. Tracy has a big ask, obviously, for her the sales tax, property tax. And that's, I think, at 160,000, right, Tracy, out of her general fund budget for the property tax relief program that she would like to do through the county. I think it's probably a good use of funds. 160,000. But those are all in our totals pages that we have given you. All those monies are in there except for this 21,000. We'll add that in there, but all of the requests that anybody asked for are budgeted in. We didn't cut any of them out. If people asked for, we put them in. I think Anthony's asking for some money for a four-wheeler. Actually, I think Roy asked for it before he left. I think he kept that in there. Trying to think if there were any other. There were not a huge amount of increases. People stayed pretty close to what you guys had asked. Of not increasing their budget. Some of them, I think, were just not cost of living, but just inflation costs. Things just cost more. So you have to budget that. I mean, paper's more. We did move the paper budget into one line item. So we will both order paper, and then we'll kind of figure out the specifics on how to distribute that to everybody. We'll probably order 2 pallets to begin with, and then people can just take what they need for their offices. There wasn't a ton of increases, which made it very easy for us. Unless you guys have questions about anybody's individual budgets. When Tracy and I had met with you guys individually, I feel like we went over most of that stuff. And I don't think you guys have any big questions in terms of increases. So really the biggest increases were salaries. So unless anybody wants to talk about their increases, I ain't going to.
I had increases in 4 line items, but basically they were a cost of
Yeah, just did like.
inflation.
Yeah.
That is just basically a 10%.
I really appreciate that your department heads and elected officials tried to stay as tight as you could this year when we requested to sort of bear those. You guys did that, so very much appreciated.
Well, I think once we change the method of doing this, the department heads and officials, fantastic.
All right, let's move to item 4, the library and fair board requests.
I don't know if Taylor's still up. Tracy might be able to talk a
little bit about, I'm actually surprised that neither of them
I
are
thought
on the email. I know, I'm really surprised.
Taylor may not, she hasn't answered me, and I've sent her a text this morning, she hasn't
Yeah.
answered me, so I'm thinking that maybe she's not feeling well.
Well, for her surgery. So I talked to her last week. Maybe we'll talk about the Fair Board first. Tracy and I can probably both talk about it a little bit. They were requesting to look at changing the amounts that the library and the fair get from the mill levies. How the mill levy amounts are set, it's a revenue thing. It's not in my wheelhouse, so I don't know if Tracy wants to maybe speak to that or not. But I did talk to Taylor, and she is fine with, they don't request a lot of money out of 1%. She asked that the increase that they are asking for in the mill levy increase is to just come out of 1%. Maybe talking a little bit about 1%. Sometimes asks are being for contract services, or they're being asked for specific projects, or it's being asked for operations. Moving forward with the 1% request from the community agencies, we are going to treat them more like grants. We'd like these community agencies to be a little more accountable for their 1% funds, their public funds. And I don't think just sending them a $50,000 check and saying, use it what you want. You requested the money for a specific reason. I think it should be, whether that be submitting invoices, the 1% outside agencies will have to sign an agreement this year with the county, just like the city does. It's treated like a grant. They have to submit invoices. I hope you guys are okay with that. I think it's really important for them to be accountable for those funds, because we have no idea how they're using their funds. We just give them money and just told that they're using it for what they're being asked.
And I think to that point, Kayla, when Fairgrounds had the fire, we had a heck of a time
I'm trying to track down.
to track that, and so I think that, and it was,
It was very difficult. Actually,
Adam
and I met with Joe at Warm, and he's like, that was so hard.
that was.
Because
a
they're
nightmare.
tools that
Wasn't
we
an
brought
idea.
in from,
And
people.
wasn't any one person's
No.
particular fault, it was just that in actuality, I think a lot of it was the companies that we were dealing with fire, and not all, it wasn't county employees, but the outside agencies that they
that used. So along those lines of the 1% outside agencies, the Fair Board and the Library Board are kind of they're the arms of the county. They're part of the county, but they're not. Their employees are not county employees, but they're funded by the mill levy, which comes through the county, which all other boards and outside agencies are not. But we would ask that, with the Fair Board and with the Library Board, when they have specific projects, Taylor just submitted an invoice for the pens, so we'd like to pay on an invoice, even if we're reimbursing them. We want them to show that they're not just, we want them to be accountable for those funds. Yeah, and not that we think that they are, but I really do think that we are accountable for those funds. And so I don't know how and maybe Rachel can talk to how she uses her funds, but I think when they're asking for operations, that's one thing. But I don't think that we should just cut a $150,000 check at the beginning of the year and just say, use it for what you want. I really do think when there's specific asks, that those should be on either a reimbursement basis, or it should be, we pay them off of an invoice. Because I really do think that we need to start being more accountable for those funds.
Well, at a time when the libraries around the nation are being scrutinized for whatever, it would make sense.
Yeah, and it's more transparent to the public as well, on all fronts. So,
And just before Rachel, the mill levy discussion is a much bigger discussion.
yeah,
Because if we're gonna give more to the Fair Board, we take something away from something
someone
else.
else.
And I'm not comfortable doing that today.
Yeah, and I don't know how any of those were derived back in the day. Maybe it's just something we could have a work session on, just to understand the mill levies, because I
We
don't
talked about that
personally.
before.
Yeah, because I don't personally understand the whole process, so I think it would be great to understand it. And maybe that would be where all,
Right.
those departments come together and have that discussion. I think that's great. I think if we want to do that, obviously changing that now
it's not the time to do it. It's one of those things that we have to have a discussion about. And maybe we start that discussion this next year and talk about it. I don't know what that looks like. So
Yeah.
I did talk to Taylor and told her that while we understood where they were coming from, that they would like more money in their mill levy, that they can request that money through 1%. So she asked that increase, which I think was about 26,000, somewhere around there. We would just put that in 1% as an increase there. And I think it probably for operations is what it looked like. Is what it was for, so.
Historically, their mill levy money is for their operations.
Yeah.
So they asked overall for increase of $51,618. But just from the increase in the assessed valuation from Chelsea's team's hard work, it'll be 26,680 would already be part of that increase from the mill levy and the assessed valuation, leaving $24,937 of their ask unfunded unless we move it to 1% or some other place. Or as you alluded to, Pete, if we give the fairgrounds that money, it comes from the county general fund or the library. Because it's based on 12 mills. So county operations between Albany County General Fund, the library, and the fair board are split. The 12 mil is what we're statutorily allowed. Historically, the county gets 9.901 mil. The library 1.632 mil, and the fairgrounds 0.467 mil. So if we shift, we'd have to shift that all the way around wherever you guys would choose to do so. And that's for you guys to decide. However, back in, I think it was 2009, we went to what we call the level funding plan, which gives them the same amount of money every month, because for smaller operations such as the fairgrounds and the library, it's hard for them to cash flow all of their monthly expenses. And in February, they might only get $10,000, but May and November, they're probably getting a greater amount because of the way the property taxes are collected. So that's where we went to that, and that's still based on those historical mills. They don't necessarily get those exact mills like that. But when Sunny does the month-end processing, we still use those historical mills. That way, we might have in there right now, we might have an excess of 100,000, but then we're going to drop down when we're paying them that same amount when we haven't collected. So it's an up and down cycle on that level funding.
Yeah.
There's a little mini session on.
Right. I'll tell you the work session. The work
Which is
session.
easier cash flow.
The work session is a great idea. The accounting for community partner funding, also a great idea. That's done with the city already, as you all know. Would be nice to just standardize that. And there's not that many community partner, just county only funding, is there?
So it would be a separate agreement between the city and the county. So the city would have their own agreement, we would have ours, and it'll go through Bailey's office. We're gonna treat them like grants. So before they get their funding, they will have to sign an agreement. And then whether that be they submit invoices and we reimburse them, or we pay the vendor directly, we're okay to do that as well. So we would work that out with each of those agencies, once you guys, of course, allocate who's gonna get what funds and how that. Most of them are asking for 1% funds for specific things. But so, one step before Rachel talks, just because Taylor's not here, we did budget the 24,000 in 1% to offset. So that's already in there for their totals for the fair board. So.
Okay.
Just so you know.
All right. Rachel. Welcome.
Hello. How are you all today? You moved faster than I expected. You hit item number 3 and I was like, oh, time to head over. Yeah, and I guess just to pick up on where Kayla left off, and in our own accounting, we treat our 1% as if it were a directed account. So totally fine if we switch that to reimbursement or direct payment to vendor, or however we wanted to do that. Yes, that totally makes sense to me. And that is not a problem. So I would be totally on board for however you guys want to do that on your end. We can totally do that.
Beyond that, I think you guys have had a chance to look, so hadn't planned on doing much of an overview. Happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Just in general, we are still, Christina last year had done a salary survey, so we are still working on getting our staff, moving them up. We're largely relying on, we have over the last 5 years built up a really large payroll reserve, just mostly from empty positions. But our board has sort of just traditionally treated once money gets allocated to personnel, it is allocated to personnel. We just have kept it in that pool. But we've done all of the careful math to make sure that we can then do some increases and dip into that. So this year we're planning on dipping in about $30,000. But that would carry us through because we have over 100,000 in there. So we are confident that we could carry into the future 5 or 6 years with any of this, until the mill levy were to catch up to that rate. So we've done pretty conservative math on that to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a bad position. And then other than that, the big project that we had in here, and then under our 1% request, was to repave or to reseal our parking lot. So it hasn't actually been repaired or resealed since it was installed. And so we need to do that just to save us the $300,000 or $400,000 it would take to fully repair it. So we're asking for some funds, around $24,000 to be able to bring in someone to seal up those cracks. We have some frost heaves, and then just reseal that, so we're in good shape. Otherwise, the increases that we have in there are pretty steady. They're just, things are more expensive. So that's the cost of things. So like things like our materials budget went up. I don't expect that's going to get us buying any more books or DVDs or any of those things that we buy. It's just that books are a lot more expensive than they were a year and a half ago. So that'll probably just keep us even with what we've been buying. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Rachel.
And for the most part, Rachel, the initial expenses you had for starting up the bus.
Yep.
Those have been pretty much covered.
Yep. Yeah. So we that was covered. The initial startup covered through Rec Board and the city. A number of those ongoing expenses we do put through our 1% request for the city. It's largely serving Laramie, so we feel like that makes sense. We've also switched to requesting that the city pay for the internet at the Laramie branch, feeling like, again, that's literally serving Laramie, and then the county covers phone and then internet for our 2 branches. Bookmobile wise, so yeah, that startup we're good. We have a really solid collection, and then we actually have a very generous anonymous donor who has also put in about $30,000 for us to do some internal upgrades and things. So we're sitting really well for the bookmobile.
Is this, Amanda, what budget is in front of us? Is this?
1%.
Okay.
Yeah, so then we do kind of for 1%, again, this has stayed pretty standard. So we do our IT services. All of our sort of basic IT subscriptions are in here. Our WILD consortium fees. So WILD is, this is what we pay into the state to be a part of the statewide consortium. It looks like that number jumped really big. It did because the jump is because last year and the year before, the state library used its federal ARPA funds to subsidize our WILD consortium fee. So we're now just back at our normal rate, but that's what allows us to participate in that full statewide system, the parking lot repair, and then again, like I mentioned, the phone and internet access for the Laramie branch and for the Rock River and Centennial branches.
Any questions, Commissioner? Super. Thank you, Rachel.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Anything before we leave the library fair board? Awesome. How about discuss county special projects?
So we just kind of threw this on here because I think it's a good time to maybe have a discussion about a lot of the things that are just budget items, really. They might not be budget items right now in front of us, but I think it's something that we have to continue to think about. I just forwarded to you guys, I scanned in that roof report that Roy had given Pete. I emailed it to all of you, and I'll keep it on the record. I'll give you your hard copy back too, Pete, so you can have that. But evidently a report was done in 2020 regarding the roof here in the courthouse, and in fact, when Ivinson and Adam can probably speak to the fact that they have water leaking through their roof when it rains really hard. I don't think that there's any water coming through our roof. There very well could be. But I think it's something that we need to budget to have those roofs replaced, because if we don't replace them, we're gonna have more issues in terms of mold and, you know, all the fun stuff that happens when you have a leak. And I think in 2020, we could probably look at what it costs and we probably should add about 50%. I don't even know. I don't know what construction.
Place to start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even, let's see here. So let me look at this report here real quick. If we can say so 501 Ivinson, because I don't know, it sounds like 501 is probably the top priority, in my opinion, but I don't, you know, maybe.
And the roofer's opinion too, it seems.
Yeah, it seems.
Whoever did that report for us.
Certainly.
So as of currently, there's 3 identified major leaks, the 2 at the primary water collection, I guess, drip wells that are within the building. If you don't know already, the building slopes towards Ivinson here as a whole, I believe, with 2 water collection units at the far corner, and then the pipes go all the way across the building, all the way back. Our current solution for water management is large plastic pails that then have a siphon tube running down to smaller buckets that I personally suck it out and then distribute. So I'm sure it's not great for my health, but that is the current means, because the buckets
You
don't.
don't share with the commissioners?
If you guys want to come take a drink, I will say it is the, you know, it's the most economic water. Let's start there. You want to look at that, right? So we've, I mean, of course, kind of strategically positioned equipment that is of, you know, it's recycling, so on and so forth in those positions, but it has come at there has been damage before to certain components that we've saved or salvaged in one manner or another. I haven't gone through the entire report. I do know we saw the bill summary there. They'll probably come back with 2 options for you: either patch the channels themselves at this cost or replace the whole roof at X cost. I believe it's been patched before though, so I would heed on the side of fix it for once and for all, but that's at your discretion, of
So
course.
2020 was 95,000 to fix that roof, so I would imagine it's probably more like 160, probably safe. I don't even know if that would be a safe number.
I'd give you 150 runway.
Yeah, we'll probably just have to put it out for our feet.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, I think it needs to be budgeted. We just need to figure where we want to budget it from. And do we want to budget for both roofs or just the one this year and then budget for, I don't know. That's really up to you guys.
And you're the one here is, I would be very surprised if it's not leaking with the amount of time I spent up there doing the lighting and so on and so forth. It's pulling away from every wall set. Definitely doesn't help your drainage situation there, as Roy and for you guys before.
There might be some cost benefit to have the same company do both roofs.
Well, I think if we give the same company to get through both roads, have to do them back to back, and
And maybe they would give us
that
a
would keep
discount.
them busy, that make them
Just-
happy, and that might help our cost. A little tiny bit.
Yeah, and so we do have money in the building reserve, or they can cover that. But I would.
What did they say about this roof?
So, 165. So I would imagine if we were gonna budget for both of them, we'd probably wanna budget 350. You think that would be know stuff that I don't. Because I don't know, are they gonna have to suck all the rocks off of there? Because clearly the rocks that
Oh,
we put
yes,
on there,
they're
not
gonna
even
take-
the correct rocks that are supposed to be on
They're
there.
gonna have to completely take that off just to put a new membrane on.
Yeah, and then put it back with the correct rocks, because the rocks that are on it are not
Whatever
correct. Yeah, or whatever. it is.
today's
New
method
thing
is.
is, yeah. So, we have 677,000, about 662 right now in the building contingency fund. So we would have enough to cover that, but I think we would want to maybe budget some money, put money back in there so we don't deplete it either.
I
So,
think about 300,000 budgeted. And we'll keep our
do
fingers
you want
crossed.
to, are you on your toes? Would you like to put 300,000 in the reserve fund? to take-
However it works best, I'm not, but I think that and the sooner we could get new bids on this, the better.
Then I can have Jennifer work on that.
And we'll keep our fingers crossed we can get.
That's,
Tracy, do you have?
I was just gonna say, it'd be good to budget that in the building reserve and talk about those transfers at the end after, and everything else is,
Okay.
the numbers are in there with whatever remaining cash or whatever.
Okay,
Tracy, will you put that in the building? I think you have that worksheet. You can do it, you're in there.
so number 2 is the Beach Street property, which, I guess we're out for RFP.
Yeah, so 1.5 right now. Is for probably gonna cover most of the engineering. We'll cover some, I know Kim has some funds as well. I think probably looking at, of course, moving forward with public health first, and then we're just gonna see where they come back and whether or not the county has the money to do, what we want to do. I guess I think if you guys had talked at the last meeting, even if we don't have the money to do it, at least do the engineering part, the plans are there. So that if we do have money in the future, we can do that. But I don't know.
But right now, public health can,
Yes, we've got the funds. Well, I hope. We have the funds. And Brady
We
has
should,
talked.
between
Our-
your vaccine outreach grants
Yeah.
and the funds that were initially set aside through the salary replacement in the ARPA SLFR admin fund, we should have enough to be able to take care of public health and get them out there as soon as that renovation is complete. We're still looking on funds for the addition and renovation of the current building outside of public health. But the public health aspect should be taken care of.
I think is priority right now anyway, so.
and Tracy, does it make any sense just to set up another account, like a contingency fund called Beach Street, if we wanted to dump money in or park money in?
We have done so.
Okay,
Done. We did it. Yeah. And the 1.5 is in there, so then there will be once we transfer that in there, so.
okay.
From this year's budget, from this year's, yeah. And then if we wanna, we can talk about if you're wanting to transfer more money into that account, but the 1.5 will be in there.
Right. And then when we go to move people and sell buildings, then
We
we
can move
would
that
just
into there.
move that money into that account, and then we don't have to have a big meeting about it, we just set that ahead of time.
Yep.
Okay. EMS district.
You guys might be able to speak to it more than that.
So this is just the legislature passed some language, is statutes that allow counties to vote first at the commission level, I believe, and then out into the local electorate to set up a EMS district. So property taxes would go to help offset EMS services in the county. Right now, the county will be 275 this year for our portion of the EMS district with, or not district, EMS services with the city. Had some preliminary discussions with both Chief Johnson at the city and also Chief Hawkins, about what that might look like. And so there's a lot to go, I think. I think just before, but you never mind. So that's a long way to go. And not anytime soon.
And I guess we brought it forward because it's gonna have to be an ongoing cost if we're gonna continue to have the contract with the city to offset those costs. It's gonna be an ongoing cost to the county. It didn't get budgeted for this fiscal year, I think because we were all waiting on how it was going to be, what was gonna be decided through the legislature. We weren't sure what they were gonna do. So we have 500,000 budgeted, for this next fiscal year. We will have to pay the city for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. But we have that budgeted already in. But it's just a thought that we have to continue to remember that we have to budget that money every year. And we don't know what those costs are gonna be. Are they gonna continue to raise? Are they gonna stay? That I don't know. So it's just something to think about.
And Tracy's it best if we just have an EMS line item in the commissioner's budget, or how would you prefer to do that?
Currently, we have it budgeted in, calculated in this worksheet that you have before you in direct aid. We can easily move that to the commissioners line item and then transfer from direct aid. We can make about anything work.
What works best for you?
for you?
Yeah.
Paid directly from direct aid, where it's
Perfect.
at.
There.
And we've got a line item for it, so it'll be
There's a little,
every year.
there's a little
Yeah.
asterisk.
Super, okay. So that'll be going in the not too distant future, continuing on.
Yeah, I
Till we
think it's
get-
just a continuing on conversation that we'll have to have.
Okay, the ERP system, I thought we should just put this off until 5 or 6 years from now.
What's in your idea?
So
Uh,
it's enterprise resource planning. So what that is, that's our new software that we
Oh, okay.
keep talking about. So it should include like the financial, the payroll, the HR, down the road, maybe fleet maintenance with all the different vehicles, asset management, planning here. There's even sometimes permitting ones for all these systems we talk together. And the biggest one, of course, is the finance package, because we're getting audit findings for the way our software handles things, our current one that we've had since 1999. The other big piece for me is currently we have TaxWise as our system that we use for property taxes and motor vehicle. At the first business day of the month, Sunny goes through and divvies up all the mill levies for all of those manually and enters them into the software manually. I want to be able to integrate, so she maybe has to push maybe a few buttons. I don't know what that exactly is gonna look like, but she can be done in 5 minutes and move on to bigger, better things. That I would love for Sunny to be doing the third time besides that kind of manual labor. I know Anissa and Jana would really like the HR from bamboo to payroll, everything to be totally interfaced, and we're looking for that. So on our update on this, we do have a functional requirements list that we work with at Mike Monroe that you guys, with the KO or Coa Hills Consulting. So with that, the functional requirements, we will be going out for an RFI, or request for information. And this is where the software companies will respond to what functionalities based on our functional list that they can have, that they currently have in their software, what they would have, what they don't offer, those kind of things, and we can score them on that. And then we also we'll be asking for budgetary information from the vendors at that time too. That way we can kind of have an idea what to put in here. Right now, we put in $1 million, not having any clue. We're hoping maybe that $1 million though would be like a 5-year implementation and a 5-year operating cost. We just don't know yet. So that might have to be amended, hopefully not up, but and then we will move on to the short list in August of 3 to 4 vendors, and in September we'll do demos. And at the time we do demos, we'll bring in everybody for those packages, HR and others that will be looking at to view. So if anybody wants to invite to see how those work, let me know, or Kayla know. It'd be very exciting. Yes.
Well, I think it would.
8-hour demo, I believe, right?
Yeah,
4 hours.
4-hour demos, I think is what they'll.
Yeah. Something exciting.
And so we already have that budget. Good. Fantastic. I know this is Bailey, if she's still on, she's gonna want to speak on this, the strategic plan.
Oh, you skipped. one.
Did I skip one? Oh, excuse me, retirement buyout, excuse me, yeah.
So when this was passed last year in the policy handbook, it was never discussed as to where this money would be budgeted from or paid out from. So we paid it out of the CISP. And to date, we have overexpended that line item. So it's either a $15,000 payout for retirement. That's for somebody 3 to 10 years. And then $30,000 buyout for somebody that's worked here for 10+ years. I guess my question is how do we budget for it? And do I have Amanda figure what employees in a fiscal year can retire and at what amount that can be? And we budget for the full amount or we take it away? Because it's really difficult to try to budget for something that you don't know is going to happen. So it's really up to you guys how you want to move forward with that. If we want to take it away and it needs to be on an at whatever basis, it needs to be approved through the policy handbook, it needs to be taken out of it, because right now it's in the handbook. There are some requirements on it, and I could probably have Amanda figure what employees qualify. And then we can budget for that amount. I guess it's at your guys' pleasure how you want.
Can you remind me, did we put that in or was it just reworded?
It was
What was
put in and it was approved through the commissioners meeting because you guys approved the handbook. I don't think it was meant to be in. I think it was maybe meant to be a one-time thing, but it got put in the handbook, so now it's in policy. So I guess it's just that maybe it needs to be a conversation that needs to be had. I also have a couple of questions and I'll get with Jennifer on this regarding our handbook because they are rules. I think that they need to go through the 45-day advertisement as like APA because they are procedures, they're public. I know that there are employees that had no idea this was even in there. I don't think employees want it to be taken away, but it is a fiscal nightmare for us because we just don't know. We don't know. It's more of a bonus. I know during when we had the furloughs, we did the buyout because through attrition, it was a way for us to decrease our payroll costs. I don't really know why it came about this time. I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows really. I don't because I wasn't in the position to know, I guess. So I don't know.
Isn't it an optional standpoint that can be offered? Like it gives you a flexibility to offer that avenue to essentially open up a position set. I think the idea being.
Well, anybody can do it though. So I mean, I can choose to retire and get it as long as I meet the requirements. I don't think it can be denied. From what I can tell. So,
But you're a bad example because you can't, you're elected.
no, I can't, but I mean, you know what I'm saying. I'm trying to, not me personally, but I don't think that if my employee decided to retire and they met the requirements, I couldn't deny it. I would have to pay it out because it's in policy. And that's a lot of money. I mean, we've to date probably paid out
Around 100,000.
Around 100,000 this year.
This year?
This year, and we didn't have it budgeted.
It's basically 3 people. 4 people.
Oh, that's more than 100. But I mean, how many have we paid out though? so far to date. I think it's over 100.
Trish, you had a thought on that? Or-
My thinking originally, for some preliminary discussions back when Christina had brought it forward, or the concept of it, was there might have been a few departments that maybe wanted to encourage some employees to not work here anymore. But I don't know that it really became ever discussed in a meeting. It just was in there, I thought, in a draft, and then it, I think by accident, it all got approved.
What do other counties do?
They don't.
Well, that answers our
I don't believe. I go to my clerk's meeting I leave on Tuesday after our meeting, and I'm there. I can ask because they run the budget. So I will just bring up the question, do you guys have a retirement incentive? And then
Yeah.
it's not budgeted anywhere. I guess it's a discussion to have. Number one, depending upon how many employees we have a lot.
27 possibly.
Oh, my God.
This is really scary because this could be a huge detriment on the county, a huge detriment, because you're not only paying that out, you're paying vacation out. I think definitely we probably need to have a work session regarding the policy handbook.
Yeah.
Probably sooner than later.
But when you're gone, find out that information.
Okay, I will.
Clerks.
I
And
will. I'll
I
ask
think
that
that'd be very
question.
helpful for us.
Yeah.
In what direction we want to go.
Yeah. And I think the vacation accrual too.
Needs to be talked about.
That's, yeah, we should accrue it monthly, like everybody else in the world does. Let's do it up front.
Well, because that can be an issue too, because you can work, I can decide to retire 2 days after I hit my anniversary. So I not only get the retirement payout, but I get my full amount. If I've worked here for over 10 years, I'm gonna get paid out 240 hours of vacation on top of that as well. And I didn't accrue it, it's just given to me.
I think everybody in my department's done that, and they've been there long enough that they get 240 hours right there. I mean, you're, as a financial advisor, you'd be advised to do it that way.
Yeah, oh no, you would, and that's what I'm saying, I'm not doubting, I'm not
Right,
saying it's
that's
bad
right.
if anybody would do it, it's just not fiscally responsible
Right.
of us to do it.
I remember when we started, it used to be you accrued it as
Monthly.
a month,
Yep.
so. if you-
Payroll of every month, you got your 8 hours or your 10 hours, your 12 hours or whatever it is, just like you do your sick time.
There's anything
And
else?
that was changed in the policy at the same time.
Right, if there's anything else you
There's
guys
something that
see,
slid.
There was a little bit of a
could you
snap.
get a list out to Anissa? And then we can handle this all at one time.
I think, yeah.
Changing something,
Yeah.
might as well.
Well, and
Do a big job at
And
once.
is it the policy handbook, it used to have to be signed off by all elected officials. I don't know if that's the policy or if that's there's 2 handbooks. It used
There's a
to
handbook
be
and a policy and procedure manual.
that all the elected officials signed off on the employee
I hear
handbook.
the policy procedure, policy
Yeah.
procedure. I could get the procedure, but I couldn't get the first part, okay.
It used to be that all of us, because if the elected officials technically don't buy in and agree to follow the handbook, we don't have to, because we're elected officials, just like you can't tell me who to hire and fire me. So that, I mean, but we do need to come together as a county, because otherwise it's just not.
I don't know
There
if-
should be some continuity.
I guess, should those be combined into one? Do they need to be separate? I think they need to be one, and I think what Amanda stated that, I think Jana or Anissa have been working on making that one. But I think it might be, we really need to go through, because I agree with Sue, I think some of the things might have been slid in and maybe weren't
Discussed fully.
fully. And I could definitely pull that meeting that was approved at, if you guys would like and see how that was brought forward. But it's a budgeting concern for us, because if we had a mass exodus of people, that could be really detrimental to the county.
Well, that would have been done in what, like about,
It was just this-
2018?
No,
no, you had something different.
well, and something else, oh, are you talking about when we had,
furloughs or when?
No,
we-
well, when we had the furloughs.
Yeah, and we did, that was a one-time deal.
Okay, because I was pretty sure that's
Yeah,
how.
that was a
set up.
one-time deal, but then just this last year, it got
Yeah.
put into
Oh.
policy. And that's what I'm saying. I think we need to relook at the way we do our policy handbook, how it's advertised, who gives notice, and just the whole gamut of it all. And I'll work with Jennifer on that. Or maybe Anissa needs to, because I guess that's more of her alley, but I think that it does need to be. I think we need to follow the APA because they are rules and regulations, they are policies, and they really should be. People should have the opportunity to look at them and comment on them, and I don't think that was done the last time.
You know, elected officials, we should have them all on the table so that we have one document and everybody feels comfortable
Yeah.
to sign off on it there,
Agreed.
and then we're done. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
One of the thoughts, just questions I just come up with is, because I know we get our vacation time on our anniversary. Your anniversary is in the 1st of June. You're really not gonna be able to take a vacation until the winter. So those are the issues
Yeah,
I think
that
we
should
have
be
to kind of,
adjusted. Yeah.
to work around whether because some guys, as soon as they get it, well, I got the summer to take that vacation, I'll work through the winter or whatever. If you're only getting it at,
Certain amounts per month.
right, if I hired on in June, every year, I'm not gonna be able to go do anything really in the summer till.
In
So those are some, it's gonna be some discussion that's,
Jackie's office prior to when I was hired, I couldn't even take vacation my first year. I had to
Yeah.
accrue my full amount my first year. And then on my 1-year anniversary, I got my full vacation. And then I was able to take it. So my first year, if I wanted to go somewhere, I had to take it without pay. That stunk. I don't think that we have to go that extreme, but I agree that something needs to be.
but you're right, I hadn't thought of that, that's the way it was, so that way you would have vacation next summer. I mean, but you could bank so much at that time.
And now we
I
can,
don't
and
know.
now we can bank it. Jackie wouldn't allow us to bank it. We had to use what we had, and that was it. If you didn't use it in your year, too bad. We can bank it now, which I think is okay, because if you're a new employee and you wanted to, take a week-long trip or a 2-week trip and your boss allowed you to do that, it's okay to bank that time. But I don't know. I just think it's a larger discussion we need to have regarding the policy and procedure handbook.
Yeah, it'd be great if we had a running document where you guys can put in
Yeah.
those things that you see, so that we can just knock it all out.
Yeah.
in time, hopefully.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, now
Can we
this.
take a 5-minute break?
You bet.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm thinking of. I actually can.
Steve, would you just mute yourself there?
Welcome back, everybody. I think we will move to strategic plan, and I think Bailey, I'll cover that a little bit, what you told me, and then you can fill in where we would like to. A lot of Brady's work is requiring a strategic plan. I think that's not a bad idea for a county in general to have one of those rascals. And so, Bailey, what kind of numbers are you thinking? Are you thinking through the Wyoming Business Council? Could they facilitate something like that, Align or some other organization? Good thoughts?
Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Perfect. To be perfectly honest, I haven't even looked at numbers yet. Like I said, application season has just kind of wound down, but everything I'm seeing is saying you need to have a strategic plan. Actually, at this conference I'm at today, it's already been a hot topic before 9 a.m. So it's something that we have to have. I do know that, I mean, I know that Wyoming Business Council was brought in before I even started at the county to help with the strategic plan. I do not know what happened after that, but it is something that we need to have. I don't know if they charged us anything when we brought them in, and I don't know any other information. So Caleb put this on the topic for budget, but in my mind, it wasn't really going to cost us hardly anything, but I could be completely wrong.
And I don't know either. It was really just to put the conversation out there too. And I think when Tracy and I spoke to you guys separately, it's just kind of coming up with common goals and direction as to where we want to see the county move. We all have our own thoughts about where we want to see it, but we do have to come together and have a movement that moves together and not in so many different silos. Thank you. Yeah. So I think it was more just a conversation to have, and really just Tracy and I talked. I don't know that it's going to cost anything. Do we maybe want to budget a couple $1,000s just in case we have to cover lunches or something? If we have to have meeting, I mean, we're going to have meetings. I don't think that Wyoming Business Council charged last time. I don't know if they still give that service. That I don't have any idea. They may not anymore. So we may have to have somebody come in and help us do it. It's a big, long process, but I think it is important to have. And I think Bailey, like she had stated, most of the grants are asking, to submit your strategic plan with your application, and we don't have that. And that makes it kind of difficult because they don't know where the county's goals are. They don't see where our priorities are. And that's really what a strategic plan does. So.
And how long ago did the Wyoming Business Council do the
2016. Yeah, so we would just start over, which I'm assuming is what probably would need to happen. I just don't know if the business council does that anymore.
Well, I know when we worked on that the first time, it was a mess.
It was a long process.
Very, very, very difficult.
Yeah, it was hard. So hopefully we can.
So we do need a facility.
And maybe we just need to hire someone to come in and do it, and work with the county to do it. I don't know. We could maybe reach out. Maybe Bailey has some, if they're talking about it at her conference, maybe she has some people that have done it. There are counties that she could reach out and say, how did you go?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Because we don't have to budget something right this minute. What we're doing today, obviously, is just going to get us our proposed budget. I will put on the meeting for the 20th to request to set a special meeting for the 28th. To approve our budget, because we'd like to approve it before the 1st of July. So of course, anything can change in between. And this will be our proposed budget. So if she gets something and she says, it costs another county X amount of dollars, maybe we want to budget.
Well, you might be able to ask you.
Yeah, I probably could ask it.
And but
what other counties have done and where they went through to do it. So I'm sure there's companies out there.
Yeah.
So,
but if the business council.
Yeah, business council is here this week, and I plan on talking to them. We started at 8:30 this morning, and we've been nonstop so far. So when we get break, that is my intention to talk to them. I also have a good Sandra, who's the grant manager over in Laramie County. I've been in contact with her about other various things. So she's on my list to reach out to as well. But it's something we have to have. And prevention itself, they have their own strategic plan because it was required by their grant. And there's other pieces that Like cybersecurity may have its own piece of like strategic plan. So each department can have their own, but it's something that all has to feed into one big Albany County plan.
Looking at their website, it looks like they still have that on there. They have one called SOAR, the strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. And strategy and action planning.
Oh, that's business council.
Yeah. So I think there's probably an opportunity there, but what the specifics are, I have not, it doesn't
Well,
go into there.
Would you like a budget item, a line item in the commissioners?
We could put one, or we could just,
How would you like? to
how
do
much
that?
do we have in CISP? That's just capital improvement special projects, so maybe we could just pull it out of there.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's gonna be, I don't think it cost us anything the last time, but if we,
There's also room in 1%,
which we could pull it out of there.
which would be maybe a good way to use taxpayer money to help. Yeah, for the community. I mean,
1% maybe is a
it's
better
similar
place.
to probably our community needs assessment that we do every 3 years for CSBG.
So we could throw a line item in 1% or what's the dollar amount would you like us to put in there?
10 grand.
10, okay,
I agree.
perfect, okay.
We're lucky.
Right.
Yeah, if I was gonna say that, I don't know, so. Okay.
Awesome, thank you. Anything else on the strategic plan? I really do think it's important to do it, but it's important to do it well, so it doesn't have to be so in the weeds.
Yeah.
But building processes, people, right? And everybody signs on to that, and we're going, this ERP is a perfect example. B Street, also a perfect example. What are we gonna do? If we do that, what are we gonna do with the buildings? Do we put IT in Beach Street?
Yeah.
Do we sell this building? What do you know, those are things you need to think about before you start building buildings. So, awesome. Jail contract, talk to the sheriff, right there. He didn't have anything. You guys have anything for jail?
No, it's just bringing it forward. Here's me, I'm just thinking out loud, you know, the cost, what it costs to run a jail. What we're getting back doesn't seem equitable to me. I don't know when that contract is up and how the negotiations will look moving forward, but I look at what we've paid for Lark. To me, it seems like a similar service. It's their employees, it's their service, and we pay for those services so that they serve the people of our community or of the county. You know, the jail seems to me, I mean, we still have to hire deputies. We don't get to not hire them. We're not offsetting those costs. We're not the increased cost of food, the increased cost of medical care. You know, our jail contract went up 3 times and our medical contract did, and we didn't get any of that. I'm sure the city municipal inmates are still getting medical care.
And we still feed them.
And we still feed them and we still, so it doesn't seem quite equitable to me.
Yeah.
When we look at how much we pay for Lark and what we're getting in for the jail, it doesn't seem.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It was just a conversation to have on there, because I don't know what he put on for his revenues for the jail, but I don't think they're nearly what we pay for Lark, because we pay almost $400,000 a year for Lark. 20% then? Yes, 20% of the Lark budget is what we do,
And that's how much?
about 400,000. I think this year was 358, but we budget 400,000 is what we budget. He has 60,000 in his revenues for reporting of city inmates.
Okay.
That doesn't even pay for one deputy.
Right. Well, I know when that was hammered out, it was hammered out at a day rate.
Yeah.
Maybe that day rate needs to be adjusted
Yeah.
to reflect,
Something else,
or a different way.
a different way to compute it,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just one of those. I've been sitting back for a lot of years taking notes, so it's just these things that I can
What
bring
is the day
forward.
rate?
Isn't it, it's either $60 or $65 a day per inmate.
Well, I thought it was a little higher, 75, but it might be.
Yeah, it's under $100, I know that
It
is
is.
very high.
Yeah, that's-
We get their
that's-
copies
Oh,
of their billings too, she's gonna look that real quick. Yeah. I can pull the concrete contract, and I don't know how long the contract was, and I can look at that too. Thank you.
Bye.
just one of those things to
Yep.
budgetarily. If we could get some revenue from that.
Yeah.
Because it costs a lot of money to run a jail.
Yeah.
A lot of money. All right, if they're there 12 hours or less, it's $40 per inmate. And then otherwise it's $75 per day for municipal inmates.
That's a conversation needs to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because, we are doing ARC that way, we're doing EMS
Yeah.
very similar that way. They are prorating our EMS. So it's 5% of the jail people, then maybe 20%, just like what we're doing with those two other contracts.
Yeah. I think you're still getting taken in the shorts on all that. So.
All right. Discuss special funds.
Special funds, that's everything else besides the general fund. Fun to find a point on it. Yeah, let's see. I'm kind of gonna skip over the 1% because that is the next item to talk about. But in direct aid, which is the third big block on that front page. So we do have calculated in amounts based on kind of what we did last year. So in that transfer to the county general fund, we included items that we included last year to offset general fund costs because they cannot go to personnel costs. So we have postage, fuel, utilities, liability insurance, peace officer insurance, and property insurance, which is those items all total to the 1.2 million. To cover all the IT expenditures that is in the IT fund, there would be a transfer of 277,585. And then to cover all the grants match requests, 540,191. There's that 1 million for the ERP system in there, and then the 500,000 for the 2 years of the EMS contract. Going over to the county road fund. We do have road projects. I just estimated at 100,000 because Rob has all those other specific purpose tax monies to draw on, so he does very minimal from the county road fund. And then the other road expenditures. Actually, I turned that around. The road projects is where we're reimbursing ourselves for the work that his guys do on specific projects where he has it itemized between labor and materials.
They have to be under 75,000.
Yeah, so we don't have to bid. And then last year, 2 years ago, when the legislature allowed us to put 100,000 per year into those reserves for equipment purchases, I've had that calculated in as well. Going forward on the other pages, the employee health benefit account, those numbers do need some fine tuning. I need to work with Amanda on keeping the numbers up to date with what the professional claims and what we're transferring each month from the general fund to there to cover those. The grants and special revenues in that next column, we just put in a number not knowing what grants we're going to get through the year. It covers our existing grants, any new grants. It's just dollar for dollar. The grant matches. It shows the revenues that transfer coming in from direct aid of 540,000. The city match for EMA of 5,000. Crime victim witness match from the city is 25,000. And then the employees who receive benefits that are grant funded. Those are the monies that for their health insurance that we're transferring from the health insurance account to there. The attorney reimbursement is for one of his employees that works closely with crime victim witness. So the attorney gets reimbursed. I want to say it's like 250, 200,000 somewhere in there. And we're just cutting the 30,000 off to offset those costs for that attorney. And then there's the EMA, the health insurance match for there. Vehicle replacement, that is the only expenditure that's in there are the 2 county all-use vehicles that I believe was on your last week's agenda to go out to bid. You do need to look at transferring back into that account from some place. I'm thinking either 1% is where there's some funds right now, but I wanted you guys to help me identify that. Let's see, moving on to abandoned vehicle, this is just a statutory fund that we have to maintain, $1 for every citizen for the last set of census. So there's always more money in there at any given time. But where this money comes from is Kayla's office, when they issue titles, $1 per title goes into this fund. When we transfer out, the 10,000 that went out last year is or this current fiscal year is what was over and above that 37,066 that we are required to keep in there each year. So because of the way that fiscal year's timing, there's always going to be more in there than there is going out or coming in either way. But there's other expenditures that are in there of the 10,000. When the sheriff's office tags a vehicle to be towed, we pay those towing fees and storage costs until they sell those vehicles, or the person claims them and comes forward and pays for it. The commissary account, I do need to work with Sergeant Behill on this to get some more numbers, but this is where their inmate account where the money goes in to pay for commissary items, shoes, Crocs, I think, and I think they do some other food items, candy bars and things like that that they need to purchase. Some of those items. The contingency, that is money that's been set aside historically for a number of years. I don't want to call it a rainy day fund, but it kind of is. It's not an emergency. So it's one of our savings accounts, one of our reserves that we use, that we try to keep funding and adding a little bit to as we can. The jail endowment and then jail overage, those are funds. The jail endowment, there's $1,067,000 of that what can't be touched, because that's what earns the interest, and we can take a piece of the interest, which is the portion over the $1,067,000. We can take a portion of the overage and offset detention center maintenance and repairs with that money. Historically, we've done it a few times as we've needed money, but we've really been trying to just kind of keep it growing. So if we do have a big fix up, if we don't have other funding sources, then we can tap into that. And jail overage is also from the specific purpose tax. My goodness, I think 1997, before Tracy, it was BC. And that's what's left of it. Going to the next page, drug asset forfeiture. Those are the monies when the sheriff's office has an arrest and we're able to confiscate assets from during the arrest, like cash or other items. Depending on if there's an assisting agency, they will split those monies. I'll use the instance of, I think it's been 7 or 8 years ago, they were able to confiscate an airplane, and we got, I think, 60% of the sale of that airplane, which was, I think at that time, $17,000. So it's before inflation too. Yeah. The fire reimbursement.
Tracy, for a minute.
Sure.
How can we use drug asset forfeiture? Is that under the control of the sheriff's department?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
There's very, on the federal side, he has to report what he uses those funds for, and there's a slim list of what he can do. Some of those items are maybe training for drug seizures. There's the canine things, and there's other things for his officers that he can use. Now, there's also money that comes to the state or the city of Laramie. Those aren't restricted like the federal monies are. But a lot of times he's using the money to pay for those canines, the food that is, those things out of there. And I think there's some going too fast and you have questions, please stop me. I'm just giving you a quick flyby on all these funds because I don't think I've ever shared all of this. Nobody's ever asked, so. I'm just
And
gonna
that's
give it.
only been on television, whatever, something like that.
No, this is kind of a self-sustaining fund. The next one is fire reimbursement, and because we don't know what fires everybody's gonna go out on and how much they're gonna cost, we just put a number in there just to avoid having to amend later. This includes like Chad will oftentimes travel on a number of fires, Alaska, California, New Mexico. I think he's gone to some of those places, and those are all federally or those in those cases are federally reimbursed just dollar for dollar generally for the equipment and the personnel. It's Amanda could probably speak a lot more about what he pays out of there. There's
Fires,
yeah.
and it's all the volunteer people that he can send, all their reimbursements for lodging and travel. And then, yeah, so that's basically, it's people costs to go on these fires, but it's reimbursed.
And he also bills for all the fire entities, so he bills for the fire district, which he's also keeping a percentage of those funds as a general fund revenue to offset his time and cost for that, which he's done really well on that. The next one is the economic development. That was originated from the Beach Street property. I don't know that we have a lot of money going in there right now because we only have one tenant, I believe. And then we have paid the airport out of there, and that's where you'll see I have it, the request in here as well, which I'm not sure which meeting you would like Amy to present, but I know you did, Commissioner Gosar, want to see the airport come in and present on what they've been doing. So just let me know when and I can get with Amy and get her scheduled. The next one is, in the past, we had the peat lien revenue recapture tied into the economic development, but we had a fear that we would accidentally spend the peat lien revenue money, so we pulled that out on its own, so it would be isolated. County building contingency, I think we know what that is. That's just the money we've been trying to set aside that you guys have been frugally responsible with to help maintain our aging buildings and pay for those costs. Gross. Salary reserve, self-explanatory, you know what that is. American Rescue Plan, this is where the money originally originated when it came in. And I believe Bailey or Brady could speak to whether those are what's left in the area are all allocated.
Everything that is in 385, the American Rescue Plan, that is contracts or obligated money that we did before we turned everything else into the revenue loss obligation on there. And then everything that's in the revenue loss is basically everything else that we were allocated from Treasury. And I believe there's a little over $1 million in that, which has not been obligated to projects yet.
And then the LATCF, local and tribal, whatever the C is, fund. It's one acronym. There's far too many acronyms. On the next page, we have the IT and technology funds. Those are those funds that I mentioned earlier where we're setting aside to pay for those costs, which helps Adam because a lot of the times he has 3-year contract for various technology things where we're trying to set aside a third of it each year, so it's not such a big bite to take off. The impact assistance funds, this is broken out by project, by entity or department that asks for those monies. And I do have 152,000 in choke cherry that I have under unallocated, just because I don't have those documents of what choke cherry was. So I do need to get with Kayla on those, because maybe they do have a project they're tied to, but at the time I made this, I didn't have that information.
Tracy under law enforcement, I thought there was some county attorney money under these assistance dollars.
These are what's remaining for the cash we've already received.
Okay.
This doesn't include money that has been spent in the past or any future money such as Rail Tide or Rock Creek that should be coming pretty soon. I would expect that Rock Creek actually almost any day because of the sales tax check for this month that we just received was 2.4 million, which is about 1.4 million more than normal. So I'm assuming there's some.
Well, it seemed to me, and I could, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that money for the attorney was included in law enforcement because that's exactly how it would be.
In the one with the attorney, she already expended all that when it was Attorney Tramp was the attorney.
Right.
So there's none in here
Right,
because we don't have it.
but originally it's added into there, correct?
No, it was separate.
It was separate.
Yeah. But it's all spent because she used all those that intern money for those.
Right.
And then
That
the
makes
very last page is all the specific purpose tax money that, these are all the cash balances that we have at this time and the uses that they were allocated for. Typically what we do is budget 100% of the cash balance at June 30th. That way, any expenditure for those projects are already budgeted. If it was over and above that, then we would need to do an amendment. That was a really fast flyby on all the special funds. Do you have questions or suggestions or changes you'd like me to make to any of those transfers or?
So the 2001 specs, will those be finished into this year? How about the seats?
The 2001
Yeah.
sped upfront money, that's how much is left for those specific projects. And due to the narrow wording and definition of the projects, it's really hard to use. It's like the library can do some maintenance of their roof, but it's not specifically for that roof, they can't touch it. So we're kind of tied to those monies until.
Well, it's a flat roof, so the time's coming.
Oh, yeah. And they have spent some down since just even in the last, I want to say 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
Because it used to be about 20,000.
Okay.
And Tracy, for the courthouse renovation, can that include our roof?
It has to be, I would look on my computer, but it.
But it might be able to be in some odd spot.
Yeah, the other thing with specific purpose is long, it very well could. I know that. About the 2001. So that was for the actual, I would imagine it probably could be.
I
There's
think
not a ton of
anything
that.
tied to this original building could be, because once, for instance, like the library roof replacement, because the roof has been replaced, now it can be used for maintenance and upkeep. Just the same as the renovation, it can be used for.
Because we've used it for other things, just for, maintenance of the building. So yes, it can be. It's kind of nice when you do your spec, if you're not too specific. I think that's
Right. Oh,
why it's courthouse
absolutely.
renovation, because then it can be, as long as, like Tracy said, it's being used for this original building. It's not specific on what it needs to be. We can replace the roof or portion.
Right, and if that's possible, I think that we should really look at not doing a cheap roof.
No,
Let's
let's,
do a higher quality roof and maybe we aren't gonna be doing this over again
when we get our bids,
If it
in, maybe
costs
it's
us
not
more
the
to
lowest
lay
bidder,
than-
it's,
in the long run.
we need to look at really what the best is for the building and not just what's the cheapest.
And we
I
have to do the
completely
cheap,
agree
it's
with
too
you.
much and let's try to get this
Yeah,
done. Let's
'cause
do one
it's-
project right,
Because it's gonna be,
because this is a big deal.
well, because it leads to bigger problems when you don't have a good roof, so.
Yeah, so if we could pull that money out, if that is something we
I
do,
think
you
we
guys
just would
do
just-
that normally?
We could just spend,
I mean, I need to spend it directly from that fund to the
Oh, yeah.
vendor.
But when we,
So-
once we get this whole thing
Yeah,
going.
we could use a portion of it to be spent from that. And I can, you look at a lot of these,
And this might require some engineering on this.
it
right now.
very well could. I think it's something too, and I don't know how Tracy feels about this, you look at these step funds and there's a lot of money sitting out there and we asked for this money. And when you go out for step funds again and you haven't spent the money that you asked for, it's like, well, as a voter and as a taxpayer, it's like, do I want to keep funding this if you guys aren't using the money? So it's something to look at too. We need to, I know like the courthouse renovation, we left some of those funds there for ongoing maintenance, but we're also building our contingency fund to do the same thing too.
And part of that one, where there's the 59,000 is the overpayment, because once that tax is done, you can't shut it off the same day. And so it's back the quarter after it's shut off. Yeah, so then you're collecting still towards that and the original purpose. And that's where that piece, that overpayment originated from. Yeah. So just like when we get ahead on pay off the 2018 specific purpose tax, we'll have an overpayment there too that can be used for those same purposes. That's why you want to be careful on how you word it. And because you can get you can get too rigid and then but the problem also is they made it a little more rigid when it came to roads and streets. I don't know if you guys remember, the city had like a page long of streets because they didn't know which one was
Put it on the ballot.
It was a
That's
huge
how I
problem.
remember.
Yeah, we came into
Or,
ballot.
Basically, we have 3 roads that we can use it on,
Yeah,
Bluebird, Soldier Springs, and Fort Center, Betterman with the Wheatland 3.
yeah, yeah, so.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we spent 2010 allows for more of a maintenance where you need it versus specific places.
If you guys process of looking here to pull out, perfect, right? The general fund is much more flexible.
Yeah, and if we have that direction, that's exactly what we would do. If your preference was to pay that 59,000 out to whatever roofing company off the top and then move to the building reserve, that's absolutely what we would do.
Awesome. All right.
Any other questions or comments or changes that can make?
Did Pete mean revenue recapture? What can that money be spent on?
I really have no idea. Brady, I don't know why.
I don't know.
I don't think they
Wasn't
can,
that kind of economic
and I
development?
don't know that you can touch it for a certain amount of time either. It's the money that they put in for their lease, correct? But I don't, to be honest, I don't know. It would be a really good question for Bailey. And maybe,
I thought it was economic development.
yeah, but I don't know exactly what the restrictions are on it, to be honest with you. I don't know.
I know there has to be some restrictions, because that's why
Yeah.
people pulled it out,
Right.
so, but what those,
Too many things to remember.
yes, I think we have 270 different funds, so. Actually, I think we've gone up from there.
Any other questions, commissioners, for special funds? Good. In 26 minutes, you think we could knock out 1% community outside agency?
It's up to you guys. Amanda's gonna put it up. She had to get back to the computer, but she's back in now. And we can get through, I mean, you guys all sat through the meeting, so you might have a good feeling.
When it does come to downtown, clinic, we'll put that at the last.
We can read it to last.
Move the downtown clinic to last, and I'll leave the.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Go ahead, how that goes.
Try again.
All right. So Amanda's got it up on the screen. You guys just let us know, yay or nay on the amounts. Is that
Thank
good?
you.
Can you see it?
Yep. I didn't take off
Can
my
now,
glasses, awesome. So let's just start at the very, anybody have any? You want to just start at the beginning? Go?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cathedral Home for Children, Laramie Youth Crisis Center. 20,000 requested last year. We approved 20,000. 20,000 once again requested. Commissioners,
Say yes.
20 grand. All right. Family Promise of Albany County, 7,500 last year, approved last year, requested 7,500.
What does Family Promise do? I can't remember.
Housing families in churches.
Oh, right, is there,
Yeah,
okay.
they're homeless.
Supplies,
Okay.
supplies as well.
Quick information for you guys too. You guys didn't cut anybody last year because we had extra funds. I don't know if that's something to keep in mind too. Whatever isn't spent out of here, we'll just go in. So.
So this is that, how does that come out when you have what they requested this
So
year?
if you go down to the bottom, what the total request is 256,100.
And we've had budgeted,
Last year we did 186. Okay. On the totals worksheet, we have the beginning cash that's estimated. Revenue coming in for 1%. The county departments, 565, 179, and then down below is the community partners that you're discussing right now for 256, 100. Which still, with everything fully funded as it stands without moving like the 100,000 we talked about with vehicle replacement and some other things. And if we decide to transfer it, 853,771 available for allocation.
so. Might be saying something. So, how close would we be on funding what was asked
We would be able to fund it fully.
without any, we wouldn't be
It cut out,
hurting.
there's still enough.
there, we wouldn't be pulling from anybody else. Nobody else would be,
Or any county.
we wouldn't
Or
be
any-
leaving the dog without food in any department or anything like that.
The only ones you didn't fund were the ones that you didn't think met the requirements of 1%, like, there was a couple that were more rec board or that were not people-based.
Okay,
If you
I was
wanna-
just gonna say, this might be, we might be able to do this really simply for everyone. But maybe we should just look at the ones that maybe we've questioned and.
And I have the applications here if you want to know what they requested for. I've got it here so I can let you know as we go through if that's helpful. If that's kind of what you're asking too, Terry.
Yeah,
Kind
Well,
of
like
general.
Laramie Foster, did they never ask before?
let me foster closet.
They did last year, no.
So there's,
They're, well, go ahead.
There's some new ones that hadn't requested before, that requested this time. Some of them only request certain times, like they skip some years.
Okay.
But, so there are some different ones.
I know in the past there were questions about the foster closet and how that had been managed.
oh, that I don't know.
And
That's it.
I don't have the hard facts with me, so.
So do you want to just keep going
I do,
or do you want to
yeah.
just? Because I'll have to tell you, I do have a problem with one of the applications.
Well, let's just, if you want to just go through and you can get your name, and then if you have
Yeah.
questions, I have the application.
Family Promise, 7,500. The problem is that
I think that's okay.
foster closet, nothing last year, nothing requested, 5,000 this year.
Okay. Let's do it and see what happens.
Okay. Relative theatrics, requested 10 last year, we gave them 8, they're requesting 12,500 this year.
I think that's good. I think they do really cool stuff.
Do that, okay. Build Mothers Build the World didn't request anything. Science Loves Art, 10,000 last year requested, we did that, 10,000 again requested,
I like that.
Okay,
10,000. Developmental preschool, 5,000 requested, 5,000 approved, 5,000 requested.
yes,
Yes.
good.
Okay, Laramie Public Arts Coalition, 5 and 5 from last year, requesting 10 this year.
I would go with 5.
Good thoughts?
I'd like to see if you can get more than 5. They're trying to do some good things.
Well,
75?
okay,
Yeah.
Okay. Epsom Center gasoline, 10, 10, 10.
yeah.
10 for sure. Looks like Albany County Safe Project, 8 and 8 from last year. They're requesting 10.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I too. All right, that takes us all the way down to Park Regional Services. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000.
Good.
Greater Big Brothers Big Sisters, 8, 8. They're requesting 10 this year.
I'm good.
I'm fine with that. Laramie Plains Civic Center, 15, 15, and 15. They're requesting 15.
Fine.
Okay. Laramie Historic Railroad Depot Association, 2,500. They requested last year, got it, 2,500 again.
That's good, that's fine.
Laramie Reproductive Health, 2,500 last year, got 2,500. They're requesting 2,100.
That's good.
Okay. United Way of Albany County, 4,000, 4,000, requesting 4,000.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. Takes us down to the Hospice of Laramie, requesting 9,000. They didn't request anything last year.
And what was that
Jessica?
reason was she late to?
No, she said they don't request it unless they need it. So this is, I think, parking lot.
Already?
I know.
That's most amazing.
Yeah,
Let's see here, I can let you know. I think
I
that
want to remember that's what it is, but it might not be.
I'd say yes. Sorry, then we'll look at this and consider anything in the future.
Resealing parking lot at 1754. It's just resealing of the parking lot, so it's probably just more maintenance, is what it sounds like to me, but I don't, that's what it says.
Okay,
Yep, I have two. Laramie Soup Kitchen, 2,500 last year, this
Yes,
year. Yes. We'll skip the downtown clinic climb, Wyoming, 1,000, 1,000, requesting 1,000.
That's okay.
Okay, Interfaith Good Samaritan, 20,000. They requested it, and they requested it again, 20,000. Yep. Island Hill, 12.5. Last year, they requested 15. Fine with that.
There too?
Yep, 15. Home on the Range, Animal Haven, they requested 8,000 last year. We didn't give them anything. 8,500 this year.
Thumbs down.
Your thoughts on
do you
that?
have any?
I don't know much.
I absolutely believe that that should be privately funded. I don't think that the taxpayer should have to pay for that. That's just saying. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Common outdoor ground. Now, I think,
They do a lot of things, they've done a lot of things with Highland Hill. And I'm,
they're helping open up the medicine, or was it station? I think.
oh, they're like manning that?
Yes, yeah,
Oh.
the ranger station there.
I can do that. I'm okay with that.
Okay, me too. Winter Lights Festival, Tough Guys Landscaping and Lighting, 5,000.
I think that that was a
Was that in
wonderful,
the?
I was in Washington Park.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's
And I
really
think
great.
that made a really nice drive around and
Yeah,
walk
I like
around
it.
for Christmas.
Yeah. Iverson Memorial Hospital Foundation, 25,000. This is where I have a problem. They got $3.5 million from the SLIM board. Foundation's budget. You add up all these organizations together, they don't get close to the foundation budget. And I just don't feel all right with that.
I'll put my 2 cents in on that.
Okay,
I don't think they need to get $1 from us.
yes. Yes, that's
They
where
got
I'm going. Robbie's house, 2,500. Fine with that.
I'm not, but
Okay, and then Laramie's Connection Center, 25,000. Also fine with that.
Remember what, connection?
That's where they give the
The rides.
rides.
Oh, out of town.
Yeah, doctor's appointments, wherever.
They've also been doing free meal for veterans and others on Sundays.
On Sundays.
Really,
Oh, wow.
they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
I believe they pick up meals from the soup kitchen too and deliver them. For-
oh, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. That's kind of the
Let's
trouble
go
with
with the
the
soup kitchen
Yeah.
but that's okay.
Susan, you ran that next one?
So we'll go back up to the downtown clinic. Requested in the past 5,000, we gave them 5,000, they went up by 1,000 to 6,000. I'm good with downtown clinic in.
Okay.
You gotta cover that. AB 54. Yeah, come on, you.
All right, that's, we'll finish that up. Super. You got that one? Okay. Discuss revenues. Will this take 14 minutes, or would you like to do that after lunch?
Take all day, I don't know.
Yeah.
I really did think we were gonna get this far, because I wanted to have maybe some more concise thoughts to bring
Well,
forward.
then maybe what we should do is have lunch.
Yeah.
And then there's you can eat and think at the same time.
Perfect.
So let's come back at 1 o'clock.
Yep, highlights.
And we'll see you everybody at 1 o'clock.
Can I ask, you want us
I'm sure.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This revenue is gonna be something after lunch, so.
It's gonna be something.
All right, well, welcome back. Tracy, the revenue report,
Okay,
please.
so, to end out the fiscal year, we should be right on track, which will leave us with a cash on hand balance of about, I have 2,300,000 in there. Where'd that work go? Yeah, 2,300,000. That is also calculated conservatively with not all the department's revenues, mostly just the revenues that my office collects. And also calculating if everybody fully expended or general fund budget. That's what the worst case scenario would be. So that number obviously can go up. It should not go below that though. For the revenues going forward, in the property tax revenues, currently I had it calculated with an 8.5% increase in the assessed valuation. Chelsea emailed Kayla and I this morning, and yep, she just confirmed that. Just looking at the numbers, it looked like a 12 to 13% increase, and she just texted me back and said local assessed was 13%. I haven't calculated that yet, so that can mean a big difference, probably in the neighborhood of about 200,000 increase in general fund revenues, which is also would affect, of course, the fairgrounds and the library. It might be then less for the fairgrounds at 1%. I will fine tune that after we finish here today. The PILT is calculated in the budget for fiscal year 24 as 1.2 million. This number was derived from the WCCA revenue estimating manual. Big number. I really feel that it's low, especially given that the attempt with the NACO and the Western, there's WIR, Western something region. The WI region. There's those acronyms again.
That's why I don't like to use them at all.
Exactly. Well, they mean something to somebody else too.
That's right, that's exactly.
With that 21,000 that you guys had, Kayla put in the budget for the NACO, that might help keep that money coming. Maybe get it turned in. That would be great. Last year we received 1.7 million in PILT, and I would expect that for this year. And if something drastically would change, I would expect it next year myself. So I can increase that number or leave it conservative. Anything over and above those revenues, of course, would just roll over into the cash on hand going forward. Just to outline some of the decreases, the commissioner's revenue went down $27,349, and that's solely because of the revenues that when Christina did the work for the different boards and we would charge for those services, and then with Christina leaving those, MOUs ceased. Elections went down, and that's solely because it's not an election year to be reimbursed. Super easy to describe that one. The detention center revenues went down 50,600. There's a decrease in split sentencing by 50,000 projected, and then the prisoners who self-pay 600. Road and bridge decreased slightly as well. Most of that is due to forest reserve, the anticipated. Just like we did on Tuesday, there was sequestration in there. That's probably going to be the norm going forward as it is. We probably felt that a small decrease, but that was solely due to an error in the previous year budgeting. And it's fixed now, so that's where they should plan regularly. An increase going forward would be the 1% optional. I think I can raise that revenue from 850,000. Is currently right now we're at 1,087,000 for this year. However, if we leave it the same, we already have everything covered. It would just be cash on hand next year too.
it's half a dozen, 1/6 of the other. The other increases, of course, are, let's see, there's property tax, motor vehicle was increased. Direct aid was an increase over last year as well. That was at, I think, 1.6 or 1.8 million last year. Now we're gonna get a little over 3 million. Those are really just the big ones. I don't think there's anything else that's really out of the ordinary or much different.
Any questions for Tracy? It's actually really good news. But maybe temporary news, right? Because a lot of this stuff is LATCF, whatever that stands for. That's 2 years.
Yeah.
That'll be done after next year. That's $1 million each year. Those are a lot of direct aid. So you feel really comfortable with cash on hand of being 3 million or 2,300,000
Yes.
plus or minus 200,000.
And that's a number that I really work hard on, because if that one were wrong, that could. So that's what I did most of Friday, is work on the cash on hand numbers. So most of those beginning balances up there are projected with everything I knew through the end of May.
And just a process, you go monthly and update this spreadsheet, or is it more frequently than that, Tracy?
As we get closer, I'll probably do it more frequently, because now we're in that last month of the year that, and as revenues come in, I can update it. But well, we got filled, so I'll take that off of my estimation calculation, or whatever the number may be.
All right. There aren't any questions. We'll move on to additional budget requests.
I have one.
Okay.
So in 2019, Jackie had requested funds to digitize our land records. And along with that, we've also digitized all of the commissioner minutes as well, so they're available on ArcaSearch on that website. We have approximately, I can't remember how many books, a lot of books still in our vault that have not been done. I'm not sure why it wasn't done in the first round or included in it. I think Jackie just got done what she could. Neither here nor there. I would like to finish the project. So I had ArcaSearch do a bid up for me to do the rest of the books that we have in our vault is estimated at $81,473. So how they normally do that, last time they came on site, they bring their big scanners, they take our books out. They did it in the election building, actually. Terry, I think you might have been here too, and so were you, Terry. But for Sue, and then they scan all of those here so our books don't leave us. And then obviously then they get them on, they take them back and do all the touch up or whatever they have to do. I wouldn't be able to, I'm not asking for the full amount this year. If I could, out of 1%, maybe do half. Because of election being next year, I'm thinking I might have to do what I can now, wait a year and then come back. Because if they'll probably want to use the election building again. Don't really want them in here because it does, they are not the cleanest when they do it. So I'd rather not do it in here. I'd rather do it out of the election building. But it's a little bit of a security thing for me too with our equipment out there. So I'd have to move our equipment out. So I'd like to do it on non-election years, obviously. But if I could maybe look at 45,000 this year, I already have 20,000 allocated in ArcaSearch in 1%, so it would just be an increase of 25,000 for this year to get half of them done, and then not next year, but the following fiscal year, I would ask to get the other half done. So that's.
Do you have the money to do it all this year?
I think we probably have the money. I just don't have the time.
Okay.
If I can keep the money in there and you just reallocate it to me until I can get it done, I'm okay with that. I don't want to. If I can't get it done, I would hate. That's really my biggest thing. And I might call Chuck and ask him what he thinks the timeline would be, how long it would take them. And I could have a firmer number by when we approve the budget. If we want to put in the full 81, and then if he can't get it all done, we could back it off, whichever you guys
I think,
choose.
I think that in that case, because time is the thing. Have them do as much as they can for the time
That I
have
have,
allowed.
and I get what I can get done. Okay.
Because it'd be really nice. to get
Do you
this all
want
taken
to would you like us to put in the 81,000, the total amount? And then what they can get done, I'll just expend it and the rest will just leave until I can figure out. I mean, I can ask him if he has an idea too, but.
Ask him.
And I can reach out to him.
This is, I know the proximity with the election building is ideal, but what if they did it from our shared storage space?
Which they probably could. The only thing is then they'd have to help. The reason why they like doing here because of the books, they just take the books, but they probably could too.
I'm just thinking if it did run over.
Yeah. So.
I'm all right putting the full amount in there.
Can I ask you a
Thank
question? What exactly made you like our health records?
They probably can, so they can digitize stuff from microfilm as well. Because that was our biggest ask is could they do it from our microfilm? The problem with microfilm is it's not the clearest images. Microfilm was done many years ago and now their scanners are
It was
much
wonderful
different.
then.
It was wonderful and we use microfilm every day. I don't know, I could get you
I
in
was just
contact with
thinking
him
like,
though.
so not to move all those things, if they're
Mhm.
digital. then-
Are yours permanent records?
Any like child immunizations, is like 24 years. And then, each one has a different lifespan depending upon what program it's in.
I mean, I could put you in contact with Chuck.
So otherwise, I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna be able to scan this.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to digitize. It's nice. And they host our site as well. And then whenever we have a book done with the commissioners, I'll continue to have him do that too. So if not, we've had to mail books to him, but I would rather not do that. Those books are permanent records. I'm really a little lenient or a little weary to be mailing those. Plus the cost of mailing them would be. Too. So I can get in contact with him though and kind of find out a timeline from him. But I appreciate it though. I would like to finish this project. Jackie started this project. And it's a great project, but I would like to finish it, so.
So that would be an additional 61.5-ish.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Anybody else with 1% or additional budget request? Anything you guys know about? 10, discuss interfund transfers.
All right, I alluded to a number of transfers earlier in different discussions. I don't know, how would you maybe just answer questions, or do you want me to go over them in another way? Or,
I guess I don't know what this agenda item means.
okay,
Yeah, it's like, we need to.
What do we need to do here?
you want me to translate it?
Yeah.
Let's start there.
From county needs to commissioner needs, perfect. So the interfund transfers are where we have, like, taken direct aid and supplemented the general fund. Or you have moved money, like last year, we went from the general fund to emergency reserve, general reserve, salary reserve, all those different reserve possibilities that there are. And then, like even the IT from direct aid to the IT fund, or from direct aid to the grant match fund, those are all the interfund transfers. Like I said, when I put them into the worksheet, the few that I did, they were based on historically what we've done in the past. But that doesn't mean that's what we have to do.
So the ones you have in the worksheet are, like ERP system, $1 million, EMS contract, 500,000, transfer, grant match, all that. Those are already been figured in.
Yes.
Okay. What other guidance do you need from us, or what would you recommend us to do?
There was the 100,000 for vehicle replacement that we need to designate a place. I think 1% to transfer that from would be.
Commissioners have any problem with that? 1%? Okay.
I guess for the vehicle replacement, how much money is in that account currently, Tracy?
It has 82,083.
82,000.
Yes, and then we have it calculated for the 100,000 for the 2 all-use vehicles as a maximum, and then transfer 100,000, so that would leave the 83.
That'll work.
And we won't use the full 100 because I bet those 2 vehicles will come. Well, yeah, they'll come. We hope. And the other transfers for consideration are the ones that are down here at the bottom, like the salary reserve. From there's the remaining 876,000 from the general fund as it is printed. I don't know if we've updated, we've added some numbers, so that's probably not the exact number now, right?
We haven't gone in through all the worksheets yet.
Okay.
So they'll probably be a little less.
But also there's the after the changes with the community partners, not including the 100,000, I'll just add that right now for 1%.
I'm on the blue card.
I'm learning to type today. That would leave 789,000 in 1% that's left. To put into any kind of reserve.
Do we need to figure out what we're gonna go with as far as the salary increase before we start?
Yeah.
Does it make any sense to do this before we do that?
Yeah, so I think you're definitely right, Pete, that we should do that. I do believe Kayla had some other questions that needed confirmation or clarification.
Okay, so Amanda, first off, what is the two, you guys wanted to know what 2% and 2.5 was?
Yep.
I'll ask some questions.
The total increase, yep, was the 200.
0.5% is 214,000.
70.
Okay. So if you go with either a 2 or a 2.5 with the salary request that departments put forward, so the sheriff put forward a 4% would, and he already, so you, I guess I'm a little bit, so your 1% increase, is it already budgeted in your salary line?
I don't know if we put that in there.
Okay, so, it's not, okay, so he has the 1%, would it be 2.5 on top of the 1%, or would it be 2.5% total, or 2% total? Because it's gonna make a difference.
For me, I would like to standardize it so it'd be the same.
So,
So it's 2% in the road and bridge, 2% in the sheriff's office.
okay. Okay, so his, so it
Or
would just be
2.5%,
a 2%,
whichever.
okay.
Whatever we go with. So I guess commissioners, do you want to do 2 or 2.5?
We can afford it, 2.5, yeah. I think.
Okay, so 2.5.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're about 2.5. So,
Okay, and then do we want to just make that standard across the county, or do we want people who budgeted 1% that added to that?
that's, I guess, the questions that we have. And maybe, if it would be helpful, if you want to go department by department and just real quick do that, I'm all right doing that. I don't think it's going to take us very long. I just want to make sure that Amanda has true numbers, that we're getting the right.
Because some departments built in at 1%, some didn't build it.
Some of them built in just a request, or they had additional requests above what you guys were asking. So I just want to make sure that we're getting the right numbers is all I want to make sure.
Well,
Because
let's go back, let's do that.
you want to do that?
By department.
Okay, so Assessor didn't have any additional, so there should be fine. So they're at 2.5, we're good there. It'll pretty much be looking at the ones. Attorney didn't have any additional, so they should be fine as well. I didn't have any additional. Tracy, you didn't have any additional. Coroners was on their deputies, which is not in the salary line. It's in contract. They're contracted, so they just went up 5,000. I think she can raise her salaries as she, or her hour wages as she sees fit. Okay, so HR requested an increase for Jana to go from 57,000 to 1,200 a year. So do you want her to go?
Yeah, 2.5%, 57, 2.5%.
Yes, that's my question.
Try to remember, do we want the 2.5% on the wage increases? So if somebody went from 50 to 55, we'd have 2.5% on 55. Okay.
So do the 2.5% on her base salary of 57, but then does she get the 1,200 as well?
Yeah, so do 58.2 and then 2.5% on that.
Okay. Over here. All right, I just have to put it in here as we're
That's quite
going,
all right.
because I don't want
That's
to.
quite all right. We're
Yep.
making good time right
Yeah,
now.
I was gonna say, I think we're all good. I think we're all good on time. IT didn't have any increases salary wise. You didn't request anything outside of. Planning did, okay, so planning, we talked about the 2 increases. So you want the 2.5% on the increase.
Yeah, could you do it at one?
Right, yeah, same.
Okay. That's good. Then public health. So yours was Jill, okay. She didn't have a salary increase though, did she?
No, I did not put it in there.
Okay. Did you, you didn't request?
Yes, she did.
She did. Okay, so do it on the increase then. Is that what you're? Yes. Okay.
So she,
What was? Oh, so she did, I did put it in there? Okay. You did,
So 47 is the new salary.
I mean, and that's over the 2.5.
I just want to make sure we get the true numbers. Let's see anything.
yeah, we didn't hear about that.
I don't.
Yeah.
I thought we talked about John.
Well, I'll do hers out of it.
Oh, John is, okay.
I should have enough this year out of the grant to do that.
To do John's.
Yeah.
Because hers is the one that's funky, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, because we have an empty position, so I have,
Right. But isn't it capped at something?
that's the PHRC, that's that.
That's
Yeah.
a different grant.
Yeah,
Oh, got taken out. Okay, so Jill you're asking for an increase, that how much per year?
1,400.
1,410,
yeah.
and then plus the 2.5% on top of that.
Yeah.
Correct? Yep. And, well, Brad, you didn't have any increases, correct? You had it already in your budget. Okay, so I just want to be clear with the sheriff, okay, so 2.5% across the board, okay? And then what about the new position that's being asked for with the admin for the jail and the admin for
I mean, I
well, I wanted to
know,
we need to budget.
that's my point.
Yeah.
I haven't hired him yet.
No, well, I don't even care about the increase. I'm just wanting to know if you want to put those, because those positions are not budgeted right now at all. So we need to know if we need to add new positions, because these are 2 brand new positions. These are not already budgeted, so we would have to budget for 2 new positions. And whatever that amount is, 3 new?
The radio tech.
Well, the radio tech is in the grant.
Yeah, that grant hasn't been
We can't budget for it, that, if it's not, I don't think we can budget for it, and it's gonna move forward. To be supplanting, we can't. There's, after the fact, the commissioners come back and add a new position, it's happened before, but we can't do it prior to.
Yeah, and we won't find out about that one until
September. or something.
maybe
Yeah.
August.
Yeah, you won't hire for it until you know, so
Right.
if the grant doesn't approve it, then you guys can ask for a new position at that time. So so I guess the question is do you want to add 2 new positions in the sheriff's department, one for the admin EMA and one for the admin to the jail? And at what salary amount will those be hired at?
EMA was part-time, right? And
EMA is a part-time position, which I have at, hold on just a second.
You're looking at 31.2.
Yeah,
Was that with all benefits like workers' comp and all that?
I think with
Plus,
all applicable benefit costs, it's 34,079. That's what we had put in here. And then we'd like to advertise the detention administrative assistant at 40.
At what?
40K.
salary or
That's
Is that-
salary.
the benefits in addition to that. When you talk to commissioners on, let's just move the radio technician up to the side. You can't do anything about that. Then. So EMA assistant, let's just have that conversation.
well, I'm thinking of both, or which would you prefer? Do you have a priority on detention administrative assistant or the EMA assistant?
I mean, I'm always gonna say both. Please don't make me choose.
All right, we're at the choosing maybe. Any thoughts about that? I mean, I just don't have a sense, Aaron, about the busyness of the EMA. You know, when something's going on,
So-
obviously they're really busy.
Right, so traditionally, I mean, we've had the one full-time position and then the part-time position as well. So adding the radio tech is basically taking a whole gigantic section of work, not only from EMA, but from the sheriff's office as well, and road and bridge and all of our other entities that have to deal with our communication systems for the county.
What does the radio tech do?
Radio tech will essentially service, maintain, program every single one of our mobile radio units, and then service all of our emergency communications towers, sirens, radio communications towers, essentially everything. So we have radios that are used not only in the sheriff's office, EMA, road and bridge. Assessors has a few as well. Planning, do you guys use any radio communications? No, so we have well over 120 different radios that we have within the county, so it's just,
And that doesn't include Whedon Pest.
no, it doesn't, but they would be able to work on essentially. It's,
And the fire, all of the fire.
yep, and all of volunteer firefighters as well. So that's what we wrote that position to do. So,
Rob,
I can speak a little bit to what Aaron is saying. We just spent almost $7,000 this last year having maintenance done on our radios, and we have over around 52 or so. And so, and we haven't had anything done probably for probably at least 6-7 years. So that's why things kind of start falling apart a little bit. That's, I do think having some kind of radio person that we could go to that is on staff or whatever would probably be helpful. Of that $7,000, $2,000 of it was travel time.
So that position that we're asking is literally to try and take a ton of work that had been done by a variety of different people and other outside agencies that we had to pay for and consolidate into one position for the county. It's actually gonna be cheaper for the county to hire one person to do
I
it
think so.
than it will be for us to
Absolutely.
contract everything out like we've been doing in the past. So that leaves the regular EMA work to be done still by the same two people. That's why we're asking for the admin assistant.
And Aaron, I really appreciate going through what they do because we have no idea.
Right,
But I do have an idea of what the emergency people do.
right.
And I think that they're both something we need.
Right, so like I said, for this, the reason why you're seeing it for the first time this year is because, so we changed our application for the grant to include the two full-time positions, radio tech and the EMA coordinator positions there. And instead of trying to essentially roll the dice and ask for 3 positions, we thought that that application would be stronger with just the 2 full-time positions, which would leave that part-time position to be funded by the county. That's the reason why we're asking for it. That deputy EMA coordinator, part-time coordinator, essentially does all of, not only the admin work, but also fills in for that emergency coordinator when they're either busy or unavailable. Think of it the same lines as our fire warden and then our deputy fire warden as well. And we basically modeled it off the same thing where we have a full-time fire warden. When the fire warden isn't available, we have a deputy fire warden that takes care of everything as well. So, and that is also.
So this could be just a 1-year request. So let's say they don't fund the radio tech. That's a bigger priority, it seems.
Right.
And then this part-time position, then we'll go back to an EMA and assistant as the grant request for next year for Homeland Security.
So I'm sorry, say that again.
So the traditional EMA request is the full-time and the part-time for Homeland Security.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
It has been in the past.
Yeah, and so since we did do that this year, and let's say that Homeland Security doesn't give us the radio tech.
Right,
next
we're
year,
gonna,
We'll probably go back to,
Trying to request.
we're trying to request the full and the part-time, and then we'll fund, the county will fund the radio tech. Is that?
yes,
Yes.
yes, essentially, we have, so if they don't fund, we know that they're gonna fund the coordinator position,
Right,
because they
right.
always have. The
Right.
second position, we'll kind of see, you're right, if they don't fund that position, then you're right, we will be back here in September to go over all of the other different options that we have. So you're right, this is potentially 1-year funding.
Could be more, yeah.
It could be more, just depends on if Homeland Security funds that radio tech position or not.
Okay, yeah, just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
And
Full
Aaron, is
information.
that yearly that we have to put in for the coordinator position? Or is it
Or is it every 2 years?
2 years?
It's really weird. It's a 2-year life cycle on the grant, but most of how we are spending the funds, like I think 75 to 80% of that is just the coordinator salary. And so, or just salary in total, and the rest of it is like other small things. But, so it's a 2-year life cycle, but you apply for it every year. So it's a really weird series of grants and it gets very complicated, but it's an annual application.
Well, it would seem to me that the radio tech, in the long run, would save us a lot of money and heartache.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody disagreed, yeah. And so how about the part-time position? So are we thinking that this is something we should at least fund this year?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll add that in.
And then let's moving to the detention administrative assistant. That's the next conversation. Any thoughts?
So you said there'd be an increase about 8,000 for salary to get a sworn position with an additional 30,000 for training?
No, so what we said it'd be, it's an additional, I believe, 8,000 to move a patrol deputy to a sergeant position, which we also requested. So, to the cost to move, the non-sworn position to a sworn position would be 10,000 in salary plus benefits. And then, there's a lot of other equipment costs that we did not budget for that position. So,
On top of training to the tune of 30,000.
yeah, it's gonna be right around 30,000 when it's all said and done.
So probably double, so
Yeah,
yes,
that's-
you would be double, I get it. I personally, if somebody wants an administrative assistant and they don't need to be smart, I'm gonna take their word for it. That's not my place to think about, but, so I'm not gonna ask that it be a patrol or a deputy. Now, this position, I don't know. That's my take.
I think everybody should be sworn, so
Okay.
they can do whatever they need to do on a moment's notice.
If you feel like the position is a warranted position.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, if we had extra deputies wandering around here, in fact, that would be different, but we don't. And if you need somebody, you need somebody.
I understand that, but if you don't, is this person going to, be a sworn person, but it knows that all his work is administrative stuff? I mean, are they going to be comfortable with that?
We would, so if we made it a sworn position, essentially they'd have 2 job duties. Essentially, all of the sworn job duties and then all of the admin duties as well.
It's just that we've run so short for such a long time. And when you need a deputy, you need a deputy. And if you're the one waiting on the deputy, you really need him.
Not to play devil's advocate, but kind of, we have university,
Depends on where you live.
sheriff.
You live in
and
town, I don't. I depend on deputies.
So
There's a lot of other people in the county that depend on deputies.
So when we looked at this, we looked at it through a very narrow lens as to a problem that we had in the. I was close.
It's a close one.
So we talked about that radio tech.
Right.
Right.
There's lightning strikes in our communications.
That position would make my back crawl a little less. Sorry.
We did look at it through a fairly narrow lens in terms of issues that we had within the detention center. So we spread our admin duties out over essentially 5 different individuals. And we've looked at this over the last 3 years to see if we needed one other person to kind of take all of this admin work that needs to be done to help us run more efficiently at the detention center. I know today Commissioner Jones brings up a good idea in terms of looking at how many deputies we have funded to cover essentially the patrol side of the county. And she's right, and I agree with her as well. We're lacking on that, and that's kind of what I talked about this morning. We're having those deputies to kind of patrol not only our geographical area, but all of the other people that we have, we're woefully short on. And so this position that we're talking about today, like I said, is through a narrow lens, just to solve one problem that we had within the detention center. And given the amount of money that was projected to come in, we thought that this would be a good time to go ahead and ask for that position. The other issues that we have in terms of having enough deputies to cover the county, that issue will still be there. Whether this becomes a sworn position, if you guys agree that you want it to be a sworn position or a non-sworn position, the one deputy will definitely help. It definitely will. And we can pivot and kind of make that work. But it's definitely, it's not gonna solve the issue in terms of coverage within the county that's more of a long-term deal. It will solve the issue either way of trying to get all the admin work done within the detention center. So all we do is we just, like I said, the sheriff's office will just pivot on how we do that. If it's a non-sworn position, then we hire immediately, with minimal training, and then we're good to go. Probably within a month. So if it's a sworn position, we'll still hire within a month. Pretty confident of that. But there's just a lot more training involved. The admin stuff we'll be able to solve fairly quickly. The being able to respond to all of the other things, that's gonna be almost a year-long process.
And initially, Aaron, that was where you wanted the assistance, is in the administrative side. And so I'm comfortable giving him that, especially since we didn't do the entire increase. Salary increase, but I don't know if I'm comfortable doing a sworn person.
If you do it to administrative this time and if you find that you need it sworn, that would be helpful to you. Would you let us know?
Yeah, we will, and it would be similar to essentially what we're doing already on the patrol side, where we have a deputy spot. We need a supervisor spot to give us better coverage for our day-to-day operations there. And it would be one of those where we would say, hey, we need to do a little bit of an increase and then a job change with one of the positions that we have. And we also plan, as you know, as we go on, we probably are gonna, especially if we have funds available, we'll look to increase our staff as we go. So we've got extra money coming in from the industrial side, and we've asked for deputies on that as well. So some of that's a little bit of a waiting game for some of those checks that come in. But same thing, I think I've told you guys every year I'm gonna come and ask for the same thing, and I'm always gonna do kind of the same process where we'll try and find outside funding to come in and fund our position so that the county doesn't have to do it. And when that doesn't happen, we'll come to the county. And like I said, every single year, we'll always ask for, I'm always gonna make a case for raises, and I'll always make a case to increase our staff until we get to where we need to be.
Well, this choice of Aaron, I believe, will give us some room then in case the radio specialist doesn't happen to grant.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the final one would be the patrol sergeant requesting that additional 13,800. Anybody, Harper? Anybody?
It might be, we might have done it from a 15,000 to the 63,000 starting, just to cover our bases. Most likely it'll be a deputy that's been here, and so they'll be a little bit higher paid, and then.
It'll be the less.
So it'll be less.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit.
Okay, so this is the most.
But yeah, but we conservatively tried to make the most out of it, depending on who gets that position.
Sarah, you all right with that? Okay,
Can I make one
sure.
clarification too? So when we looked at other departments that requested raises outside of what the commissioners asked for. So Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, you have a step and grade merit, whatever, in your office already where those people outside of, even if we wouldn't have done any raises, would those raises have still been done, I guess is my question.
Yes.
So I guess I'm going back up because Amanda just brought this up. So then if that is the case, then would you go the 2.5 on top of that, what they would have already have gotten because you're doing it for everyone else?
Well, for clarification on that, we wouldn't have done the 4%.
Not the 4.
Just the 1%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So my thought is my understanding of what I would like done is the 1% that the sheriff had put in plus another 1.5.
Okay.
Everybody else who did do that would get 2.5. And so in theory, those two should equal 2.5. Should be equitable.
I just wanted to make
Is that
sure.
commissioners, is that how you
That's what he
understood?
said to be consistent, 2.5 across.
Yeah.
But some people are getting additional plus that.
Yeah. So because in the other departments, they're getting raises, and they're getting 2.5. These guys, and they should, so they should have their 1% plus 2.5.
That's my question, because we are doing it for other departments.
So, yeah, we have to do it.
Yeah.
Yes. I guess I was under the impression we weren't doing that. That's the reason we
That's
went by
what- no.
department.
But I thought that's what did I hear it correctly?
I think you and I are on the same.
Yeah.
No, I heard this too. This
So,
so
like,
you
yeah.
said anybody who put in for a raise already within their department would end up getting the same cost.
The
raise
raise
or the
plus the 2.5.
But on their old rate.
on their own.
Old rate. Okay. So. Okay, so let me clarify. Tracy's looking at me like, well, from what I heard earlier, okay, so I'm just gonna pick it.
Right.
Anissa makes 57,000 right now. Anissa requested, or Jana does, Anissa requested 1,200. So she's gonna get 2.5 on the 57,000, but she's still gonna get the 1,200 on top of that, correct?
Correct.
So
I just,
if the
I just
sheriff is
asked.
asking for a 1%, that's not what you said?
No, that's
Okay,
correct.
That is right.
so if the sheriff is already requesting a 1% for all of his people, plus if we do the 2.5, either that or we need to do something different. But I guess I'm just gonna play devil's advocate on my part. We were told to not ask for any. So it is hard for us departments that didn't ask for any increases, and maybe that's just our bad. And I'm gonna give my people the 2%, 2.5, and they'll be happy, but just do know too that for those of us that didn't ask, I'm gonna say it's not fair. But
Well-
that's not what I want, that's not what I mean. I just
Well,
want to
get
make
your
sure, clarifying wise, I didn't ask for raises because we were told not to.
Well, then you just go back, take away everybody else's.
No, I have money, I think enough, I mean, I don't know if you're looking at me like.
So I guess there are two issues that
I just want it to
Sort
be,
out
I don't
here.
even need it to be, I don't care that somebody asks for any more, I just want to make sure that if we're giving those that ask for increases and giving the 2.5% on top of that, that we're doing it across the board.
Right.
I don't care that I didn't ask for it,
No,
or
I-
Tracy didn't, or whoever, but we just need to be equitable,
Yeah.
at least in that manner.
Well, we're gonna try to be equitable. And so my thought was if there were salaries in the budget, yeah, I probably wasn't very clear with this, to strip those out. And then come here with those stripped out. And then we would 2.5% on oranges and oranges. Instead of having one with the 1% and then trying to figure this out. This has been my struggle as a commissioner. I hate it. Can't do it because you guys are peers, right? But you really make it difficult to be me or these
Yeah, I
guys.
agree with you.
Because we gotta sift and sort and play, sheriff, for lack of a better word, on salary.
I just want to make sure. that's
And
equitable.
so my goal is everybody get 2.5%. Now individually, there are some people that we've raised their salary. That's a different conversation. But by and large, 2.5%.
Okay.
It was my goal.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Sue's and all that, Terry talked about their goal. But I want there not to be 1% and then we get 2.5%, so that's 3.5%, and then somebody does give it, so that's 2.5%.
That's why I want to make sure.
That is not my intent, and so I don't want that to happen, so we have to go back and strip out the salaries out of people's budgets. And then add 2.5% on it, so we got everybody's oranges and oranges, then let's do that, right? But, my goal is to have the same raise for everybody, percentage-wise.
Yeah, but see, well, I don't like a percentage rate raise because that's inequitable to people that are paid less money than
That's true.
And I really struggle with that.
I mean, I'm okay if you guys are to stay with what you guys discussed on the other departments. I mean, the sheriff's gonna give his 1%. He's worked really hard and I'm actually quite envious of the way that he's structured his office. He's got it set up on a merit or however he does it. He has a structure. A lot of us don't have anything in our offices. A lot of times it's done willy-nilly. You just get raises. And there's gotta be some structure there, but that's, for me, that's my problem to deal with in my department. But he's come up with a really good structure in his office. He's tried to follow it. And that's why I don't want to discount the fact that he has the 1% that he does every year. And we haven't taken away anybody else's, so really he should get the 2%, 2.5 on top of that I'm advocating for it actually, because I don't think that he should be, I don't think his people should be any different than anybody else, but it's totally up to you guys what you want to do. I just want to make sure that
But
we're doing it all the same.
correct me, you're funding that 1% of what you have in your office now.
No, it comes out of the salary reserve. is
So
where it normally is
we took
coming
a
out of.
huge chunk of money 3 years ago and put it in the salary reserve and tried to have it earmarked for that 1% raise every year.
And it's
The
not
county
here,
did
and it's
or you
not,
did?
no, it's not earmarked, it's just in there, is
Oh,
what
okay,
it is.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was your plan, if the money was there, your plan was to always do a 1% if the funds were available.
Right.
But it's not earmarked in there only for the sheriff, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. The salary reserve is the county salary reserve for everybody.
And
So.
then, Terry, I guess we'll be giving these guys equivalent of 2.5%. And then if they want to give more to lower paid workers
They
and
can
less to upper paid workers, that's
Right,
theirs
and
to
that's
do.
fine, that's
Yeah.
fine.
And so this is
But I
just,
don't like when
It is hard, because you're lower paid, yeah.
they're the ones that need it the most.
But I don't think, and we talked about this, Tracy and I talked about this, if you don't look at it as a COLA, which is a cost of living, it's not a COLA, this is just we're gonna give a 2% across the board, and you allocate it to your offices. You might think that only some people need 1%, and maybe somebody else needs 3%. That's as Tracy can make that decision in her office, I get to make that decision in mine, Aaron gets to make it in his, Rob, whoever, I mean, that's their choice to make within their office, so I appreciate that you guys wanna do it that way, because then you can make it more equitable amongst your department.
yeah.
But I just want to make sure that Amanda gets the right number so that we have a clear number of what the budget looks like.
And the 2.5 does not go to any of the grant funded.
No, we would only look at if we wanted to do the 0.5% to PHRC because he only gets the 2%, or if you just want to leave him at 2%, that's really up to you guys what you want to do. But it would just be, I don't know, minimal 0.5% increase.
So, yeah, Adam, please.
So, I mean, because you're handing the pot to the departments and the elects, they already know the target number that they're looking for those individuals based on their studies with conversations with HR, so on and so forth. So if you elect the 2.5 on the base level and then, apply the asked raises on the top, it just means other people will see raises that weren't expecting it, which I think all in all is a benefit, right?
I agree with you, Adam.
They're gonna distribute equally to everyone. There's no throwback, there's no complaints there. And then the people that ask, I mean, you made the ask. If it's there and it's equitable, then
And you needed it?
there you go. And then maybe an office associate sees it when they weren't expecting to, or you got another $700 a month there. Sweet. Then at the end of the day, it's the people, right?
I agree with you, Adam, and I think that's where I'm coming from. I didn't need to ask for it in my department. If I would have come and asked. And I think I would have asked even if you said, don't ask. Because like Adam said, if you don't ask, you don't know. It really ultimately is about our people. It's not, it's not about me or about Tracy or Aaron. It's about our people. And if we can't keep our people paid well, we're at a disservice to ourselves, and the county, so.
Yeah, so my intention is 2.5% across the board on last year's salary.
Okay.
And then whatever people ask for that we approve, to add that to those specific salaries, departments. And then give that, whatever that amount of money is, to whomever's running that department, whether it be elected or a program director, and say, go do what you need to do at your department. This is what you told us you needed for, this is what we funded. Please be kind of similar to that, because if not, then that becomes a trust issue between us and you guys. And we're not gonna worry about that, so.
Tracy, are you good with that?
I am good with that. I tend to have, just because of the number of people that don't like to be yelled at in my office, I end up with a little extra in my salary line from attrition and so to be able to have that additional funding to reward the people who show up every day, it's sunny, I will never complain.
Do we feel like we've hit the mark here with you?
Yes,
with
I
all
think
you
that
guys?
Somebody else.
You like you understand what we did and why we did it. Amanda, I guess most importantly, are you? Awesome. Okay.
It doesn't translate to me.
Okay, that takes us now to the interfund transfers, I think.
All right.
Are we, is that where we are, or are we somewhere else?
Let me,
Were there any other outstanding ones that we needed to talk about? Because I think all of them, the planning, do we need to go?
And we just need to clarify, so planning had an increase, HR had an increase.
Okay.
Grants.
Let's just go planning. So there was an associate planner for $4,000. Commissioners, are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. There was a GIS analyst, $5,800. Okay. Grants. Was an increase of 6,000 for Bailey and Brady.
That's total, and I think Tracy indicated to that we need an offset with the indirect cost rate, which would give you 90,000.
Okay. Do you still want us to make a ruling on it, or are you all right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you all right? Okay. Good. And HR, and an HR generalist for $1,200. Okay, and then coroners, was a total of $5,000 more. So it was some hourly raise and then the on-call from 3 to 350. Was that all included in that?
So it's in that contract services, the increase of the 5,000. She thinks she'll have enough to do that.
Oh, yeah, she should, we need to give her some more.
Okay. And then I had a nurse under AC, public health. And that was Jonna.
Yes, which I can do with grants.
Okay.
So it'll be okay.
The difference between county health pay for nurses and state health pay for nurses.
That's not known yet.
Okay.
Supposedly I should be getting a letter from the state about state nurses by the end of this month,
Okay.
which of course is plenty of time to figure out budget, right? Plenty of time.
You just don't know, Kim, how much, but there
Correct.
definitely is going to be an increase.
Correct. There's definitely statewide, all state employees are getting a raise this year. And from what I was told, it's based on, they redid their market value. And I think the goal was to at least bring them up to 90% of the market goal. And then based on evaluations, they could get more. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because I'm not sure how you didn't have state health nurses resigning and applying for the county health nurse position. Quite
Right.
honestly, I'm not sure why it didn't happen. Did a change monetary with such.
So the only nurses I have for the county are the grant funded 2 positions, which, so they couldn't really.
Okay.
But yes, and as soon as I know that figure, I will let Amanda know
Please let me. Yeah.
for contract, yeah.
All right, then we had an extension, agent up to 40,000. I didn't write down the difference on that.
it's around 4,000.
Around 4,000. Okay, are you all right with that guy?
It was 3,500.
3,000. Okay, we're good with that. I think that covers everything I wrote down. Amanda, I'm sure.
I think that answers all my numbers.
Has there been any discussion on the Wyoming County Commissioners Association dues?
So Brittany emailed me back. She said they'll know later this month. She said it shouldn't be more than last year, so I'm just gonna budget what we had for last year, and then if it's less, we'll have some more. She doesn't know.
Okay.
Because I've been asking too, it's so hard, I'm like, you guys know we have to approve our budgets, right? But
Okay. So I think we're over to you now with interfund transfer. Again, Tracy, is that right? Yeah.
tennis match.
Yeah. But I think we've got everything we do need done. Done.
I believe so. Do you have the final number, Amanda?
I'd have to go put it in all of the
Do you just have the total, the total that I can just deduct on here?
Or at least an idea, and then.
Yeah.
The ish, all the ballpark.
Yeah.
Give me the ish number.
Provided I didn't miss any, I think I have them all. Except for this one. Give me 2 sheets. Okay.
That big of a spreadsheet. Once we do this, if we're done for the day, if we wanted to adjourn early, I wouldn't be opposed to maybe coming back tomorrow night, just with all of the totals.
Sure.
Maybe just gives us just a little bit of time to sit down and just make sure that we've got all of the changes. I imagine it would last more than an hour if we could come back tomorrow morning just for a brief. And then that, like I said, it gives us just a little bit of time to make sure that we got all our numbers. And then it also gives the departments one more time. We can go in and make those corrections on the salary, on the worksheets on the P drive, and they can look at it and make sure that we didn't miss anything of theirs. That needs to be brought back. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, so.
Now, do you want to do it at 9 or do you want to wait and give you guys some more time in the morning to look at it?
I have it scheduled for 9, advertised for 9, so I probably need to stay with 9.
I always
but-
forget about that.
I know,
advertising.
I know, but if we adjourn early today, we could work on it. You know, us 4 could work on it like the after, and then, I know Tracy has a meeting at 4:30, but we're still pretty early, so.
Budget in a day, I love this.
I know.
Fantastic.
It kind of freaks me out a little bit, it's like, oh my God, we're missing something, but we've gone over these spreadsheets, I don't know how many times.
Right. And now I'm half a notebook.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I got my notebook, but.
It's much better than the first one I was at.
The first one I was at was
Out of the.
2 years before, no, 2 years before I was elected.
Oh, yeah.
And that was enough to make me want to cry. I was like, oh my gosh, this is awful, awful. And so,
I see Patty, your Patty at lunch today.
She used to be the Amanda, before Amanda, and then the Cindy, before Cindy.
Yeah. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, budget. And she's like, oh, how are meetings? I'm like, it's the first one.
Yeah,
She's like, really? Oh my goodness, why couldn't we do that before?
we've all gotten smarter, we got older.
All of our time is very valuable, that's what it is.
So are we gonna wait on this number and then try to do some fund
Yeah,
transfers?
she can just give me a ballpark on 10, that kind of gives me an idea how much there is to transfer. Well, I guess we could start with 1% transfers.
Yeah,
There is
because that one.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
789,771.
Okay.
So you refreshed your 1%, so you got good numbers, right?
Yeah, okay, because well, let me double check that with the county requests. The county request didn't change, correct? Just the outside line did, no.
Okay, there's a little bit change.
Is a total 565, 170. I'm not in it, so it's gotta be the
768, 617.
78.
Okay, let me save it. It should update, maybe, but I added the lines.
Change the line number.
Possible one down.
think this is something that we'd like to look at with our ERP system too, is a budgeting tool. Oh, yeah.
Because these spreadsheets, while we all love them very much, can be very, very tedious when you're trying to connect them all together and you move a line, and that's what's scary, so. That would be. Did you have vehicle replacement transfer in your worksheet, Amanda? Perfect, that's good, because I typed it into this one. Okay, so that leaves $586,333 to be able to transfer.
From 1%.
Yep, to wherever you like it to go.
Were we thinking 300,000 for the roofs from 1%?
At least, so let's start at 300,000.
So that goes to the building reserve. Okay. Now that's 286,333.
And then, you want to expend all of that 1%, do you want to leave some in there, Tracy, is?
I think, because I haven't upped the revenue, what I think would probably be a higher number, that I think you could do all of it,
Okay,
if you choose.
okay, so then there is some for, I guess the other ones that would be general reserve, emergency reserve, contingency, and salary reserve.
Emergency reserve.
What do we normally transfer in emergency reserves, Tracy? It's varied over the years. It used to be only about 50 to 100,000, but then I think we've upped it because now there is in there 1.4 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like about 10 or 20 times.
Right. So
Wrong
whatever,
county.
whatever we can put in there.
You want to do the 286, 333 directly to emergency?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's taking us time to manage. Or you got the number? I'm trying to buy you time.
I know. So I think with all the adjustments and everything, it'll be 210.
210. Well, this gives us a chance to double check.
Yeah.
Make sure that this, that leaves in the general fund $666,169.
So as long as it's not $66, we're good.
I don't like, whoa.
What was that?
$666,169.
Comfortable with that number? Okay. Do you think we need less in that, in the general fund, so that we can put more in emergency reserves or?
If we kept a portion, I mean, that would, give you that little bit, because there's always amendments that we do, as you guys know, through the years, so if we leave a portion. But then there's also the opportunity that the cash could be greater than that coming in.
Yeah.
But then, so that would be an additional available for amendments throughout the year.
But we can put this away whenever we need to.
Do we want to look at transferring it into the contingency, the salary reserve? General reserves, I mean. Are we gonna pull anything out of the salary reserve? It's all gonna come, we didn't have to pull from it. Correct? So that'll stay where it's at. Unless we want to continue.
So if we get extra that this Tracy sees this star in the sky, then we could, I think that we could put more money in salary reserve.
I think it's great to go to the emergency reserve, so I think it's, those funds are
A little.
well, they're narrower, so you can't pull on them if you need to. It has to be, the emergency reserves are the ones that you can pull into. The general reserves are the All right, that's, yeah, it's, I always confuse them.
Okay, thank you.
But if you think about it, emergencies are for emergencies. Yeah, but I mean, what constitutes an emergency? I think we've identified a few over the past years where you had to have special investigations and such. Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you, Tracy.
And then I think some of the work with the handbooks, into one handbook, and retirements should probably be earmarked out of the salary account when that gets figured out.
Or if we decide to keep it, how that
Right,
works.
or however that works, if it's at the discretion of the, elected official or program director, then it comes out of the salary reserve account. And that way we don't have to try to figure out how to do that in a general fund ever again.
Well, or we'd have to figure out how I'm concerned right now with the amount of people that can't. Scary. That would be constitute emergency. There's someone right there.
Tracy, are there any other of these funds that you would recommend us putting into? I mean, we have 2 million in the salary reserve. That's going to be a fairly robust account. The contingency for nearly a half. Emergency looks like we just put in a couple $100,000 more into, so it's about 1.7, and then the general reserve. Yeah, Adam, please. Let's go Tracy.
I was gonna say, there's just really doesn't have to be a preference. I mean, they're all really good for the county to set aside money. I'm pretty sure Adam's gonna say, hey, give me some more money instead of zero fund out. So, I mean, it would probably hurt to put more into the IT fund as well.
I was gonna bring up essentially with construction on the horizon, putting aside funds for the infrastructure associatedly. I know we still have some 1% fund through the penny tax funds there, and that's why I haven't been trying to touch any of that, but there will be construction associated with pulling fiber into the facility, getting the interconnects and the essentially the construction you need there, generator, whatever you want to classify it. I just try and put it out while we're talking about it.
Right, right.
New construction, there isn't a line item it may fall into or doesn't, so.
You're talking about at a Beach Street?
Yeah, well, even just getting public health put in there.
How about Beach Street?
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Start building up money to move out, especially if we have the funds now, maybe we start beefing up that account so that maybe we can.
Yeah, and when we make an account like that, that's great.
Well,
I mean,
can't you do
I
it?
mean, it's restricted by your.
It's,
Yeah, you guys get to put the
Yeah,
restrictions.
because if we had it for Beach Street IT, and we needed IT for something else, then we could still.
You guys get to put the restrictions on. So.
Is this better to be done tomorrow morning when you guys have an idea of what the balance is?
I think it might be, because that's all we have to do is just the transfers. And if we kind of have an idea too, at least then we'll have a dollar amount. You guys can decide where you want to.
Okay, let's do what we did so far, just put a vote on it today, and then tomorrow at 9 a.m. That's awesome, thank you guys. I really do appreciate all of the work done by program directors and elected officials and department heads. I also really do appreciate Kayla, your office, and Tracy in your office. Those individual meetings were really helpful, and then having the ability to check from home on the budget, it saved us all a bunch of peak time, and nobody needs any more of that, ever. And so I
Just all
appreciate
that paperwork.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Just to have it
Yeah,
online.
yeah, and it's nice to work in it when you have a few extra
When in
bucks.
doubt, don't print it.
So if anything else, does anybody have anything before we wrap it up today? Awesome, thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Perfect. Thank you.